The live will begin in about a minute, so bear with me as I get my other streams up. We're going to be on Clapper tonight again. So, YouTube, TikTok, and Clapper. So, if you got the Clapper app, I'll wait till a few more folks come in. But if you got the Clapper app and you do want to speak live, I would encourage you go ahead and come on over to Clapper as well because we're live on all of the platforms. But yeah, Clapper is another one. So let me go ahead and type in to make sure. Oops, I don't know what just happened there. I'll just type in border security for now. But yeah, if you got the Clapper app and you would like to be one of the call-in guests, I would encourage you to find us there as well because we do take calls from Clapper. Now I'm talking predominantly to my MAGA viewers because a lot of them do not have TikTok. So we don't run from you. We would prefer to talk to you, but if you don't have TikTok and you want to come in, yeah, come on through Clapper. What the hell's going on with this damn thing? All right, give me a minute. Let me focus on what the hell I'm doing here so we can get this thing going. Uh every time you're always going to see me first on YouTube because that's the way I have my devices set up so that I'm working right now on YouTube YouTube vertical or horizontal right now. This is vertical, so we'll be on in about 30 seconds. Let me make sure I got everything here. Boom, 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 boom. We got to make sure they know this broadcast is not for children. They always want to know that, and I think we should be able to go live. Let me see if I can get us underway. If my damn um, tripod don't fall off there. There we go. All right. Let me go ahead and start. We'll start the live in 3, 2, 1. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. I'm not happy with what you see on the screen behind me. I'm not happy to have to put this up here, but we do got to question this because of what is going on. You know how the live is always ran. We don't bring anything to you unless we have clips and information to kind of allude to what we're talking about. And today, once again, is no different. We got things we want to run by you, but on the monitor behind me, you do see President Trump shaking the hand of the president of El Salvador. So you'll certainly hear more about that. Now, El Salvador is the nation that we're deporting a lot of alleged gang members. So these gang members that are allegedly being caught and deported out of the country, Venezuelan gang members, by the way, Venezuelan. And the reason that they're going to El Salvador as opposed to Venezuela is because Venezuela is not taking their citizens back. So if you're from Venezuela and you came to America and you get deported, Venezuela is not taking you back. Now, China, I believe China also has refused to take their migrants back. There are a few countries out there that we don't have the best relationship with that are not taking their migrants back. Nevertheless, that does not stop the deportation process under the Trump administration. If your home country won't take you back, then we're going to send you somewhere else. You can't stay in America. We'll send you somewhere else. And right now, El Salvador, for many Hispanics from Venezuela, is that somewhere else. Now, I also did a video on YouTube features a young mom she's from Thailand. She's 37 years of age. I didn't bring her clip up right now. It may come up in the video, but she's 37. She's a mother of 5. She was born in Thailand, but she migrated to America. Now she has permanent residency. So she's not a come legally or undocumented. She has permanent residency. But after getting residency, she committed a crime. She ended up doing 2 years in prison for a marijuana beef. Now, 2 years for marijuana seems a bit heavy, so I'm assuming maybe she got caught up in some kind of intent to distribute, or she was dealing in shit or something like that. You don't generally get 2 years for marijuana in modern time, but she did 2 years in prison for marijuana and was told by her lawyer that her criminal case would not affect her residency. He was wrong. They have deported her. Now, she was born in Thailand. She was born in Thailand. They deported her to Laos, 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 Laos. She doesn't speak the language. She doesn't know the customs, the culture, anything. She is currently being held in Laos, Laos. They have all of her passports and documentation. She's a diabetic, no insulin, anything. That's where she's at. She's in Laos. She's not at home in Thailand. And even then, she's been gone from Thailand for years. But they sent her just like these folks we're talking about in El Salvador. They're sending these folks there from Venezuela to El Salvador. So you see on the monitor behind me, we're talking about inhumanity. And that is absolutely going to come up today. I want you to hear a clip that I think is worthy of taking note to. Now, first of all, you'd wonder, how is all of this happening? And I'll go ahead and start off with how this came about. But then after telling you how it came about, I want you to hear why I'm talking about inhumanity.
Declared war on Yemen. President Trump's invoked an 18th century law to order the deportation of Venezuelan nationals from the United States. On Saturday, the Trump administration flew more than 260 immigrants to El Salvador, including over 130 people accused but not convicted of having ties to the gang Tren de Aragua, which Trump has labeled a terrorist organization. The flights came despite a temporary restraining order from U.S. District Judge James Boasberg, who ordered any deportation flights that were currently in the air to turn around. The Washington Post reports 3 flights bound for El Salvador arrived after the judge's order. Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele, a Trump ally, shared video on social media showing deportees arriving at a notorious supermax prison where guards have been accused of gross human rights abuses. President Bukele tweeted, "Oopsie, too late," adding the face with tears of joy emoji. The comment was then retweeted by Secretary of State Marco Rubio and White House Communications Director Stephen Chung.
Now, I want to ask, first of all, why would the president of El Salvador tweet out oopsie and with a smiley face with tears? Why is the president of El Salvador so happy to get bad hombres from America? Can somebody make that make sense? Even if you want to get rid of bad gangbangers and criminals in America, why is the president of El Salvador indicating he's happy to receive them? Does that not sound demonic? Who the hell wants bad people? I'm going to explain to you why that likely is. But why would someone be happy to get bad immigrants? Gangbangers, murderers, whatever you want to call. Why is he happy to get the people? So that is something. That's one reason why we're talking about inhumanity, folks. We're talking about inhumanity. Now, this is what we're going to be dealing with. And I want you to see some of the still shots that I'll present in a moment.
It's an 18th century wartime law alleged members of Venezuela's prison gang, Tren de Aragua, arriving in El Salvador. The Salvadorian president sharing this dramatic video on X depicting TDA and MS-13 gang members hauled off into a plane, thrown into a bus, and then their heads shaved as they're now being held in an infamous terrorism confinement center. A senior Trump administration official telling News Nation in total, 261 illegal aliens were deported to El Salvador, of which 137 were deported using that Alien Enemies Act. The timing comes as a federal judge actually blocked deportation flights after Trump invoked that law from 1798. But the Trump administration is firing back now, saying it did not violate that ruling because the planes were already in international airspace. News Nation's Jorge Ventura live in.
Okay, now I want to stop this right here. Now, what they're doing, make no mistake about it, a hell of a lot of Americans favor this. I got a lot of folks, will tell you this deportation process that Trump is doing. This is what we voted for. We wanted to get these people out of the country. This is indeed what we voted for. Now, real quick, before I get into the program, I got to reset TikTok because I don't know what's going on, but something is playing games with the numbers. So I'm going to switch TikTok over. It'll take less than 20 seconds here, but I do want to switch TikTok over. But a lot of Americans like what is going on, but the inhumanity portion is what I want to talk about. And I also want to talk about why the hell would anybody have a problem with getting rid of gangbangers? If they're here causing harm, they're raping, they're murdering, you name it, why would anyone have any issue getting rid of them? That's what we're going to talk about, is why would anyone have an issue getting rid of these people? Well, first of all, you heard from both videos, the courts have suggested that this is being done without due process. In fact, I don't think that's even up for debate. The issue is Trump invoked the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. And this allows you to get rid of folks without due process. Why is getting rid of bad people without due process anything to complain about? If they're bad folks, if they're harming Americans, who gives a damn if they have to get out? Now, by the way, in the comments, somebody has Instagram or Clapper. We're on Clapper tonight. We are live on Clapper. So why is this a bad thing? Let me tell you something right off the bat. Anytime a government does something without due process, you can be assured that innocent people are being caught up in it. If these are bad hombres, if they're MS-13 members and gang members, why not give them a chance and give these folks their day in court to prove that they are? I mean, that the courts can prove to us who they are, what they did, and why the hell they should be kicked out. Or if the folks are saying they are not part of this, shouldn't they be able to have their day in court and tell you? Because if they don't, what's stopping you, me, or anybody else from pointing to somebody and saying he's a member of MS-13, get rid of him? He's not going to have any ability to offer a rebuttal. He's gone. You can point to anybody and say that. This is what we're talking about, is that you can literally accuse anyone of being here and being a bad hombre. And now because they do not have due process, they're gone. So that's the issue when you don't have due process. And I see in the comments, Lil Terabyte says not in America's court. They're not getting a day in court. That's the issue. They're getting picked up and deported. That's it. The arresting forces like the Border Patrol or Border Security, they're the ones that are suggesting that these folks are either in a gang or have a criminal record. They don't have the ability to get a lawyer and say, no, I'm not in a gang. Or no, I was hanging around some people and they mistook me for being in a gang. But they don't have the right to state their case. Anyone can point them out and have them shipped off. Why? Now, some folks would even counter that and say, well, you should have thought about that before you entered America illegally. You don't have any rights if you're not here legally. They're doing this to folks that got permanent residency too. They're doing this to folks who came here legally too. That is why I just stated and used the example of the girl from Thailand that is now in Laos and she doesn't speak the language or anything. They just deported her there. So it's not just being done to illegal immigrants. They're doing it to any type of immigrant, legal or illegal. If they're just simply saying you committed a crime and you have to go. You don't get to defend yourself in court, even if you got permanent residency, no matter how long you've been here. Now, I think some of you folks may be aware of the guy that was protesting on behalf of the Palestinians, Hamas, Columbia University that's getting deported. A lot of people favor that as well. He's not getting a day in court either. He's not getting a day in court either. Now, the difference in his case is you did see him on video doing a lot of the things they alleged on him. So it's a little bit more believable when they say this guy was promoting terror or whatever, because he's on video with his speeches. We can argue about the First Amendment still as well, but remember, if they don't get due process, they damn sure ain't gonna get First Amendment rights. So the question we're gonna be asking on the show today is this: if a person is in this country as an immigrant, legally or illegally, should they have rights? Period. Should they have, until you become a citizen, should you exist with zero constitutional protections? That's what we're asking. Because like I stated, we're talking about people who had permanent residency getting kicked out without due process. So until you become a citizen, should you exist in America with zero constitutional rights? No freedom of speech, no Second Amendment rights, no ability to resist unwarranted searches and seizures. So that means the police can pull you over anytime they want, go through your car, go through all of your stuff. Do you believe that should be the condition for anybody that's in this country as an immigrant that do not currently have citizenship? You have no rights at all. If for some reason the police mistreat you, good luck reporting it. You didn't have any rights. You don't have a right to suggest that somebody tried to harm you. You have no rights at all. So the police are not going to be held accountable. You don't have any rights. So I'm asking that question. And I see a lot of folks actually do suggest that immigrants not have any rights. Now, what I also want to point out in addition to this, because I want to put up some still shots. You seen what was on the monitor behind me. This is the way they look in the prison they've been sent to in El Salvador. Now, these are human beings. I'm going to see if I can zoom in on them. You see how close they have them sitting? You see their legs down at the bottom there on the monitor behind me. So that the minute they bring you in, as you heard the man say, they shave your head, and for the most part, they put you into submission. This has got to be well over 1,000 people in this photo, easily over 1,000 people. Now, that's the people we deported are going to this prison. As I stated, because the people we deported did not have due process, you can be certain that some innocent people are in this prison now. Or maybe somebody who does want to join a gang, put a tattoo on their body, but they haven't committed any crimes yet or something like that. We got a lot of gang members in America. Do you believe that if you join a gang, you should automatically be submitted to this? We're not talking to rapists or murder. We're just talking about somebody who's part of a gang. Remember the Crips, the Bloods, the Mafia? They're all violent outfits in America as well. Do you believe that simply being a part of a violent outfit should automatically submit you to this type of treatment before you've maybe committed a violent act? Just assume because you're part of that group, you deserve to be treated like a murderer. So I want you to also, in addition to this photo, this is, I don't know if you can really see this on my monitor very well. I'll see if I can tilt this one up as well. This is the conditions on the inside. I'll zoom in on this. Once again, these are people. You see how cramped they are in this room. Now, that's the bottom. This is like 3 levels high. There are people all over to the side and everything. They're all cramped in this one room. So that's their sleeping conditions. And this last photo looks like the inside of a cell. Now, they don't get mattresses or anything. They sleep on steel mattresses or anything. So one of the things I will point out, the reason why I'm talking about inhumanity is, do you think that these folks would be a functioning member of society once they are let out after going through this? Once you treat them to this level, do you think they would ever come out being a functioning member of society? Now, like I said, if they're all murderers and they're never going to get out, we can certainly have that conversation. But we know all of these people are not murderers. We know they're not all murderers. A lot of these folks, maybe petty criminals, maybe bank robbers, maybe, carjackers, they're not going to spend their entire life in prison. They haven't committed a crime that is worthy of a life sentence. What do you think they're going to be like when they get out? Now, they were sent to El Salvador, even though they're from Venezuela, because Venezuela won't accept them back. If El Salvador took them and put them in an institution like this, chances are, what is El Salvador going to do when their sentence ends? Or is it going to end? Will they be housed in this environment indefinitely? Do we care? That's what I'm asking. That's why the whole piece is titled Inhumane. Do we care are we just happy to get these people the hell up out of our country? And from that point on, we do not care if they live or die. Do we actually care at all? Because without due process and living in a condition like this, you got to assume some of their lives are going to be ruined. And as I stated, they're not all murderers. So the idea that they deserve it because they ruined other people's lives, that doesn't apply to all these people. That just does not. This is why the due process exists, to make sure you're punishing the right people. We're no longer doing that. And I will submit this to you. Now that we are deporting people that come here either illegally or commit a crime once they're here legally into conditions like this, we have to be now, in terms of first world countries, we have to have now probably the most inhumane deportation process of any country in the free world. I don't imagine if you enter France or Germany or Spain illegally, you get treated like this. Every first world country has an immigration problem. Illegal immigrants enter every first world country. The UK has an illegal immigration problem. Norway has an illegal immigration problem. Australia, I lived there when they had it. None of those countries treat illegal immigrants at this point as harsh as we do. So we are on the bottom. This is more in line with North Korea, maybe Russia, some of those countries. We are now on the bottom of that. Now, in the comments, I see right off the bat, Jeremy says, so what? So you don't care if innocent people? What if somebody innocent is going to this? Does that matter? Simply because they're Hispanic? Simply because they didn't have citizenship? Because as I stated, some of these immigrants came to America the right way, but they were sent to El Salvador. And because they don't have due process, they don't get a chance to state their case. Do we care? So I'm going to talk about that. Certainly, I want to hear your opinion on it, because a lot of Americans are saying what Trump is doing in regards to this, that's what we voted for. We voted for a president that was going to treat immigrants in that manner. So I do want to hear from you folks. Also, we got more than one topic. You know how the program runs. This one here, this is, well, hell, I think all of these are going to fall into this category of Trump seeing how far he can push the law. But this one here is really, really unusually, I don't know what to say. But like I said, going with the Alien Enemies Act that got those folks deported, a law that goes back to 1798. Now, the only time that law has been used is to commit acts of inhumanity. Remember the Japanese being put in concentration camps? That's the last time that law was used. Now Trump is using it with those deportees. So that law has a really dark past. Trump brought it up. So we'll talk about that. Here is a clip of something else where I believe Trump is pushing the law, but I want to hear from you folks, because this is a doozy.
Sure.
I have two questions for you. One on the flights, but first on the president's post overnight, saying that the pardons that were issued by President Biden preemptively to members of the January 6th committee, that they're now null and void. Have attorneys here at the White House told President Trump that he has the legal authority to undo a pardon simply because it was signed by auto pen, as he said?
The president was begging the question that I think a lot of journalists in this room should be asking about whether or not the former president of the United States, who I think we can all finally agree was cognitively impaired. I know it took people some time to finally admit that, but we all know that to be true, as evidenced by his disastrous debate performance against President Trump during the campaign. I digress on that. But the president was raising the point that, did the president even know about these pardons? Was his legal signature used without his consent or knowledge? And that's not just the president or me raising those questions, Caitlin. According to the New York Post, there are Biden officials from the previous White House who raised those questions and wondered if the president was even consulted about his legally binding signature being signed onto documents. And so I think it's a question that everybody in this room should be looking into, because certainly that would propose perhaps criminal or illegal behavior if staff members were signing the President of the United States autograph without.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not going to deny that Biden sometimes come across like he's out of his mind, but he's not that fucking gone that you could sign a pardon in his name that he never intended to be signed and get away with that. DJ Julio, good to see you again, Julio. Thank you. Certainly for your support. Appreciate that, DJ Julio. But Biden is so out of his mind that somebody else could sign a pardon for him that he did not intend to happen, and he would just let that happen. Come on now. No, Biden was at Trump's inauguration. Was he just there as a ghost? I mean, him and his wife came out and met Trump and Melania. I mean, come on now, you're going to tell me that they actually believe the pardons that were signed by Biden, he didn't have anything to do with it. He's that out of his mind, he didn't know. Wow. Now, keep in mind, everybody believes that Trump wants to get his hands on Liz Cheney and Hunter Biden. And that is why he's trying to have Biden's pardons overturned. It ain't got nothing to do with he's concerned with whether somebody illegally signed Biden's pardon. No, you want those because if all of a sudden, let's just be real, if all of a sudden the courts were to rule that Biden was out of his mind and disqualify those pardons, you already know what the next step from the Trump administration is going to be. It's going to be to go after them people. He's not concerned with whether the pardons were legit, to make sure nobody did not abuse Biden. No, he wants to go after those people. So he's trying to have the pardons disqualified. Biden was there at the inauguration, met him in person. If he was out of his mind, it would have came up then, and it didn't come up. So, yeah, I'm not saying that Biden's 100%. We see what happened in the June 27 debate, but he intended to pardon him. And it's probably going to be in Biden's best interest to come forward real quick and release a fucking statement and sound a little bit cognitive and indicate, yes, I intended to pardon those people, now that Trump is trying to take away their pardon so he can throw them in jail. So that is another one. And last but not least, when we talk about going after Liz Cheney and certainly Trump, we all knew Trump had an enemies list. Obviously, Trump, for his own best interest to get reelected, they had to deny that. They had to deny that if they got elected, they would use the justice system to go after people. That sounded a lot better when they were accusing Biden of weaponizing the justice system. However, in addition to the pardons I just played you, showing that Trump probably has an interest in going after his enemies, this one is breaking news that just came out maybe an hour or two ago.
Now from Fox America's Mike Page, thanks again for joining us. We bring you some breaking news that President Trump just put out moments ago, ending the Secret Service protection for Hunter Biden immediately, and also others in the Biden family. So let's show you this Truth Social from just moments ago. President Trump saying Hunter Biden has had Secret Service protection for an extended period of time, all paid for by the United States taxpayer. There are as many as 18 people on this detail, which is ridiculous. He is currently vacationing in all places, South Africa, where the human rights of people have been strenuously questioned. Because of this, South Africa has been taken off our list of countries receiving economic and financial assistance. Please be advised that effective immediately, Hunter Biden will no longer receive Secret Service protection. Likewise, Ashley Biden, who has 13 agents, will be taking off the list as well. So again, that's big breaking news just coming from.
I don't want to hear shit from this point on about Trump derangement syndrome. Trump derangement syndrome means you have blind hatred for President Trump. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is? Do you think that after 2 months, less than two, Trump has been out of office less than 2 months. You think better yet, Biden has been out of office for only 2 months. You think that once Trump is out of office, 2 months down the line, he's going to let the Secret Service remove protection for Eric and Don Jr.? Only 2 months? I guarantee you that once Trump is out of office, 2 months later, there will still be Secret Service protection for his kids. That has nothing to do with anything other than a hit job on Hunter Biden and Biden's children. That is the definition of Biden derangement syndrome. He hates dude. He hates him, period. But that wasn't even going to be the whole topic to discuss. But I did want to run that by you because that is pure blind hatred for President Biden and his kids. There's no way Trump, after he leaves office, is going to leave the country in a state where they can deny his children Secret Service protection only 2 months after he left office. That's fucking ridiculous. That's ridiculous that he would do something like that. Other than, I hate this guy so bad, I would be okay if somebody took his life. He did the same thing with Ambassador Bolton and a few other people as well, but he clearly has a hit list of people he's going after. Really, that is insane. I'd be curious to know, do the Bushes and Bush's kids and some of them have Secret Service protection, but 2 months is really quick to remove their Secret Service protection. 2 months? Wow. Anyway, looking in the comments, you guys know how the program is ran. This is a busy news day, busier than I thought it would be. Certainly from a standpoint of what looks like, at least in my opinion, just blind hatred for Biden and what looks like it's a horrible case of inhumanity. That's what we're going to go with today. So you know how the program is ran. Despite what we're talking about, we are MAGA friendly. We are MAGA, and these are not MAGA friendly topics today, but we are MAGA friendly. You certainly can come on the program, correct me where you think I'm wrong, correct other guests. We don't block, ban, or censor. We go left to Bernie Sanders, so I'm having dinner with Q. We don't dictate how you should speak. Like I said, you can be critical of any damn body on the program, including yours truly. So starting out, by the way, tap the screen. Get the likes up to about 10,000. Smash that like button on YouTube. Let's get this party on going. The people on the left just need to come more towards the center and admit to their mistakes and their misdeeds in order to have any say in the future politics whatsoever. I don't totally disagree with that. The left went too far to the left. However, people were making it clear the Democrats cannot just run on Trump bad, but Trump can basically snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. If he goes too far to the right, he can do to the Republican Party the exact same thing going too far to the left did to the Democrat Party. Taking folks' security details and he's going to, Bibles in school and some of this stuff. He's going very far to the right. For all of my beloved MAGA, I'm assuming virtually no MAGA has really read Project 2025. That document is far right, and a lot of that document is coming true. So understand that Republicans are not shielded from the same results as the Democrats if you go too far to the right. Start fucking with Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid. Just because the Democrats are in shambles don't mean you can't fuck up a good thing. So understand that. Let me go to the box. I'll start the program off and we'll go straight to the one and only DJ Julio. Good evening, Julio. Welcome to the program. So hopefully it brings you up. So Julio, good evening.
How are you?
I'm doing good. I think I'm doing okay, but some of this stuff is really getting to me a little bit. Do you favor sending these folks to El Salvador with no due process?
Well, I'm pretty sure that when you become or come into the United States, there is something that you have to sign that says you will be crime free. You won't do anything criminal.
Right.
If you are immediately gone. We don't put up with that shit if you're here visiting.
Yeah, but how do you? Okay, if you got someone that's in prison in El Salvador and they're screaming, "I didn't do anything wrong. They just deported me." Is it possible that somebody could be there that's innocent?
It's always a possibility. Anything's possible.
Do we care?
I wouldn't say that. Well, we don't want anybody that's innocent of anything. But if you created a situation that made you a criminal in the United States.
Well, wait.
You forfeit your position here and you're sent.
But hold on.
I thought it was.
If you create a situation that made you a criminal, I'm with you there. But if the person is saying I have not committed a crime, I was wrongfully rounded up and detained, and because you've given them no due process, that could literally be a totally innocent person spending time in a harsh prison. Do we care about those possibilities? And obviously, with no due process, I can guarantee you 100% of them people are not what they say they are. I don't care what you do in life. If the person don't get a chance to speak up on their behalf, you're going to get some innocent people.
I see your point. I see your point. But what I would say to that point is, and I won't draw it out very long, is if I'm hanging around a bunch of murderers, people doing crazy shit, doing criminal activity, if I'm hanging around those people and those people end up getting in trouble, I am in trouble because I was there. I was a party too.
But you're not hearing what I'm saying, Julio. If somebody is in there, hold on. If somebody is in there and they're saying, I wasn't hanging around nobody, I was sitting on the porch and they came and got me. How can we prove that that person is either lying or innocent if you give them no due process?
Well, if they don't have papers, they're illegal. So
they go to a harsh prison.
Well, we try to send them back to their home of origin, don't we?
So I ask you the question again. Do we care if we're sending innocent people? And by the way, they're not even all illegal. Some of these folks actually have permanent residency. If they say you committed the Trump administration, for the most part, are saying if you don't have citizenship, you're not safe. I don't care if you have permanent residency. I don't care if you came the right way. I don't care if you've been here 10 years. If you don't have permanent residency, if you don't have citizenship, rather, and you're accused of a crime, you got to go.
That's the facts.
No due process.
There is due process. It's the process of where you came into our country. You're here. You established your life. But when you came into our country, we said, do not create a crime or you will be gone immediately.
I get all that.
If you create a crime, you just said they were creating crimes. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm telling you is if
you're saying some of them are saying I didn't create a crime.
Yeah, they're deporting people, suggesting that they're just gangbangers. Yeah, they're not all crap. Some of these folks are just saying you are a member of a gang. We don't really know if you committed a crime or not. We know this is a violent gang, and they're saying you are a member of that gang. Now, if the person is saying I'm not a member, they don't get due process, is what I'm telling you.
How many criminals say that they did it? How many people in jail are innocent? Every one of them.
So that's the point, though, Julio. Right. So because they don't get a say-so.
We're not going to go through that due process. You're an immigrant. You should have been doing something to better your life. Hanging with thugs and drug dealers and shit is not bettering your life. That's doing exactly what you did where you came from, so go home and do it.
But I keep going back to the point of you're assuming that they're a bad person. You don't, without due process, you do not know for certain if that person fits the narrative of all of the stuff you're saying. Like I said, it could be somebody.
Exactly why I said what I said, Tim.
Which is what?
Guilty by association. You should have done better in your life. That's not bettering yourself. That's not going after the American dream.
You're still assuming that shit. You're still assuming that there was some. If someone says I'm sitting on my porch or I was coming home from work and I just got grabbed and rounded up, why are you automatically jumping to where they were hanging around somebody wrong or you're guilt by? Why are you automatically assuming that they're bad? They don't have due process.
I've not seen any of these ICE raids. I've seen them on TV, but I've not seen them in person. I've not seen anybody picked up that wasn't supposed to be picked up.
You think they're going to show you that?
I, as a citizen, do not care. If you're hanging out with gangsters and you're an immigrant, go hang out with them in a different country because we don't want that here no more. We're trying to clean up our country so we can be the strongest, so that we can be the smartest, so that we can be the best country to be in.
So if a person says, I was coming home from work and they just grabbed me and now I'm in El Salvador, what do you think should be done?
Nothing. There's no due process for immigrants.
Right. So in other words, when I ask the question, do we care? The answer is no.
I said that.
So we are practicing inhumanity at this point then.
That's not humane. That's not inhumane.
Sending a person, if you're okay with sending a person to prison that didn't do anything wrong, and you see the type of prison they're going to, what is your definition of inhumanity?
Tim,
just asking the question.
My point of humanity exists. But if you're here and you're hanging out with illegals
You're going back. You're going back.
Driving home.
That ain't the example I gave you. That is not the example.
Gotten pulled over. I don't think anybody's gotten pulled over on the way from work and gotten hauled off to freaking an ICE.
How do you know? How do you know? Without due process, how do you know?
How do you know that there has been?
Because throughout history, it's happened to people that look like me and you. It's happened to lots of people in this country. We have a history of doing it.
Oh, so we make assumptions on all this speculative stuff.
I'm not.
A DUI is a crime. A DUI is a crime. I'm just answering in the comments. A DUI is a crime. A crime is a crime.
I'm not arguing with a DUI.
As an American,
that ain't what
I'm talking about. The guy in the comments.
Okay, let me ask it to you this way. I asked this to folks in the comments, but let me ask you personally. Up to having citizenship, if a person is here legally or illegally, up to the point of them having citizenship, do you believe they should have any rights at all? Let's say you came here legally, you're trying to get your green card, and maybe you got your green card, but you're not a citizen yet. Do you believe that person should have any rights at all?
They do have basic human rights.
If they can kick you out of the country and send you to prison without giving you due process, what rights do they have?
They're not a citizen. They're a guest.
So I'm asking
if a guest is at my table and they're not doing what I consider morally inside my house.
But that's the point. Without due process, you can't automatically assume that everybody they grabbed is a bad person. You keep going back to them being a bad person. They don't have due process, Julio.
They're not going to churches. They're not going to your
How do you
jobs
know? How do you know?
Because they're not.
You don't know that. Because our country has a history of even fucking with people in churches.
Okay. I'm not going to agree with you on this, and you're not going to switch me on this one. I'm sorry. It's just, if you think it's inhumane for me to say, if you got picked up, you shouldn't have been where you were at to get picked up. That's on you.
Okay. But you do believe that everyone that's in there got in that situation. They were doing something wrong and they got picked up. You believe they're all bad people.
I believe that we are not going around scooping up freaking people who are contributing to society, contributing to the American dream. I do not for 1 second believe that.
Okay. All right, fair enough. But I think you cleared it up in regards to also you stated that even if it is somebody like that, you don't care about them too. So it kind of is what it is on that. But you do understand what inhumane means, right?
Absolutely.
All right. And this can fall in that category.
Yeah, but I'm not in control of El Salvador. I'm not in control of any of those things. If that's who will take the people we're deporting, that's where they got to go. If they can't get into the country, if they can't get back into the country of their origin, they're sent to El Salvador prison. If that's where they have to go because their country don't want them back, I still don't want them here.
Right. Okay. I don't know. To me, like I said, when I started the live off, our deportation process is probably now the worst in the free world. I don't know any country you could enter illegally and fall into the category of what we're doing to people now. Nobody does anything this harsh.
Bullshit.
Give me a country. Give me a first world country that does that. A free country. A first world. Don't give me North Korea. Give me a first world country that sends people to places like this.
You might be right there. You might be right there.
Right. We're now at the bottom of the list in terms of inhumanity for first world countries. You got to literally come up with China or somebody to justify this.
Right. But when we say that, you got to remember that we let like 13 million people just walk through the southern border over the last 4 years.
I'm totally with getting folks out of here that are here illegally.
Unfortunately, to clean up the mess, sometimes some things get dirty.
Oh,
it's not the best way to look at it.
No,
I don't like it. I understand it. I haven't seen anything from any of the reports or any of the freaking other people I listen to here on TikTok. I have never heard any real evidence of us doing it bad.
Well, their parents of these people are speaking out. You're just not going to hear that on right-wing media. Their parents are speaking out and saying that my son was another gangbanger. Yeah, they are speaking out. We just aren't listening to them.
Well, nobody wants their family member to leave the country.
Right, exactly. We trust that what Trump is saying is accurate, and it doesn't matter how much somebody says they're innocent. Without due process, we're going to focus on they have to be guilty.
If I was a papered immigrant and my son or daughter got picked up by ICE for whatever fucking reason, I'm not going to let her get kicked out of the country. I'm going to say she's not a gangster as well.
You're assuming
I'm going to say that my daughter was in church every Sunday. She cleaned the house every Saturday, and every night before she went outside and looked at the stars and said her prayers.
Julio, you're assuming they would tell you they had your son in custody. Like the guy that was protesting at Columbia, they picked him up they're not going to tell you. They're not going to give you a chance to say how great your son is. By the time you find out, your son is already in El Salvador.
I was merely commenting on the fact that you said these people are talking about their sons and daughter. I was talking, if I was in their place, whether my son or daughter was in a gang or not, the words coming out of my mouth are going to be no. My daughter's not in a gang. I was commenting on that specific thing.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but yeah, I think the issue is based on, like, for instance, how your mindset, a lot of my MAGA mindset is, you don't need to give them due process. You guys have already convicted them anyway. I don't think even if they got due process, they could say anything to convince you that they weren't in a gang. I mean, your mind is made up. This is a bad person. Ain't shit they can say anyway. So the way you're speaking makes sense because you've already judged them as a bad person.
Let me clear you up. Just because you get deported for a minor crime doesn't make you a bad person. If your country's not willing to take you back and you get sent to El Salvador where we're housing the prisoners, that's because your country wouldn't take you back, Tim.
Right. So if a person's...
So, I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm saying you've made bad choices, and this is where it's landed you. We need to be fucking responsible for our goddamn choices. Not our hearts, not our minds, our fucking choices.
So if a person comes to America and like you mentioned the DUI earlier, you do believe that sending them to a prison like what's on my screen is justified because they drove drunk. They deserve
all of those pictures are staged pictures.
What do you mean
100%. Every one of those pictures that you showed up there during your opening comments are staged pictures. They all know they're there to pose and get a picture taken. This is meant to make it look bad. Prison's
staged by who?
Prison's not supposed to be fun.
Staged by who?
A photo. Liberal media.
So the liberal media went to El Salvador and told their prisons how to what? What? That doesn't make any sense.
Why doesn't it make any sense? With all the waste we found in Doge, you think that's impossible?
The liberal media is not working with the liberal media. Don't want those prisoners anywhere near El Salvador. The El Salvadorians are working with Trump. They're not working with the liberals. They're not. You telling me
They don't want them there. They don't want them there. Is what you just said.
Yeah. So you're telling me the El Salvadorians are going to work with liberals and stage their inmates the way the liberals want them to?
I'm with you now. The El Salvadorians don't want the liberal news there.
So how are you saying these pictures were staged by liberals?
Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm asking you. The El Salvadorians are taking these people from Trump. That guy. That's why when I had the inhumane picture up there. That's the president of El Salvador shaking Trump's hands. He's not going to let liberals come down there and stage his prisoners. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
So these photos...
I disagree. I disagree. Like the ones where all those guys are standing, posing for the camera. When they're all sitting in their freaking bunks, posing for the camera.
So you believe that the liberals were able to get access to the prison in El Salvador and convince them to tell them how their prisoners should sit?
That's what I'm saying.
Why would El Salvador do that?
To make it look bad.
How about maybe it is bad?
Maybe prison's bad anyway. I don't know.
I don't know where you really think. I don't know. Let's go with that. The idea that the guy working with Trump, you think Trump would not say something if that was the case? Notice you don't hear Trump accusing El Salvador of working with liberals.
You might be right.
Yeah,
I'm just saying that's my interpretation because every one of those pictures looks like a staged fucking picture. Every one of them when I saw them.
Yeah. You know, prison is bad. You and I agree on that. The reason they're being sent to El Salvador is because Trump doesn't like immigrants and wants them sent to a bad prison. This prison ain't staged to look bad. It is fucking bad. That was the whole goal, was to send them to a horrible place to deter other people from coming here. The liberals ain't got shit to do with this. This place is genuinely bad.
Stop. What did you just say? So I like your analogy better.
Yeah.
And it still tells me those pictures are staged.
They're not staged. They're not.
If they want it to look bad, they're gonna pile everybody in front of a camera. And they're gonna take a picture to detour. So your thought process is way better than mine. I agree with you, Tim.
That's to deter. Wait, hold on. That's to
It's
deter.
to make it look bad. You did it right. You said it right. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, but that's to deter criminals in El Salvador. These pictures are not designed for Americans or people in America. El Salvador has nothing to do with America. Trump is the one that went down there and negotiated a deal so that our inmates could, our illegal or immigrants could go down there. They're not going to stage pictures for some kind of propaganda in America. This is the way they bring you in.
I agree.
Yeah, the
I
liberals.
agree with what you're saying. But maybe this is part of Trump and El Salvador's dude talking, saying, hey, keep these pictures coming. Make it look even more packed. Make it look even worse than it is. We need more of that. That'll help deter them. What I'm saying to you is you're right. It's a staged picture to deter criminals in El Salvador and to deter anybody from sneaking into our country, because this is where you'll end up with all of these tough necks in the background right there.
Yeah. I don't deny.
So you're right. You're right. You made my point for me. And
No,
I appreciate
I don't deny. Well, when I look at the picture, I honestly don't know if it's staged or not. The inmates are jam-packed in there so much, I don't think they have anywhere else to sit. It's not staged. They don't have anywhere. The place is overcrowded. It's not. I don't believe it's staged.
They brought all the wings together into one wing. You're right.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
I don't.
Then why are you saying
it? I don't know that they didn't. But you don't know that they didn't.
I don't buy that they brought all the wings together, because there is a video of how they were actually processed when they got off the aircraft, and they shave your head right away and all of that. That's what they do down there. They got nothing to do with it being staged. This is the way their prisons are. Their prisons are worse than they are in America.
Should be. Prison should be bad. It should not be a good ride. If you go to prison, it shouldn't be comfortable.
And what do you?
Because if it's comfortable, you're not going to worry about going back.
And when they get out, because all of these folks are not rapists and murderers, what type of individual you think you're going to be releasing if you treat them like an animal like that?
Depends on what they did with the time while they were in, and that goes for every.
What do you think these folks that look like this are packed in like sardines are doing with their time while they're in there? What do you think they're doing? You said
walking back to the other wing so that they all can have their own space.
You really think this is a spacious environment?
Go to the next picture.
They don't even have mattresses.
This looks right here like a group that decided to get together and take a picture. 100%. Nobody looks sad. Nobody looks dirty. They all look in shape. I'm telling you, man. If you can't see that it's staged, I'm sorry, but to me, it's 100% staged.
To me, your idea that this is staged kind of sounds like a good way to excuse yourself when history starts dictating that what we did was inhumane. Well, we thought it was staged. We didn't think it was real. You almost sound like the Germans did after World War II ended, so that they could give themselves an excuse because they didn't know how inhumane what was going. That's what you almost sound like. That's what you're doing. Is you're kind of preparing yourself because history is going to judge us pretty harshly on this. There's going to be some innocent people that may go here and not come out alive or come out completely ruined.
Okay, so now I see the hypocrisy and the contradiction. I can call this staged.
It ain't staged.
No, that ain't staged. That ain't staged. But if I say something, or if you guys say something that we did that staged, it has to be. It's law. You're lying. This is the problem. We spend too much goddamn time talking about shit we have not experienced and seen firsthand. We don't know if this is staged. We don't know that it's not.
Maybe
we
if
don't
they
know
had,
that
maybe
this is the El Salvador. For all we know, this isn't Compton.
You said We're talking about shit we haven't seen firsthand. Maybe if these folks got due process and people could actually get access to them, we could see it firsthand. There's a reason they're hiding the people from the court. There's a reason why they're not letting you talk to the people. Because if you could speak to them, you would hear this stuff.
To talk to them.
What?
They broke in illegally. There's no reason to talk to them. You're here illegally. You're going to jail. End of story.
Right. And if you can't talk to them, it leaves plenty of room for people like you to say it stage because you don't want the truth to get out. It's leaving room for you to navigate and create your own truth to make it not look that bad.
And for you to dirty what the truth could be.
How about just give them due process? That way nobody's dirtying the truth and we actually know what's going on.
Because it's not something promised with your immigrant papers. It's not something promised.
Right. Okay. I got to move it on, Julio. We obviously don't agree, but good to see you on finally. I haven't seen you in a while. Where you been?
I've been working my ass off, boy. I got to freaking feed these girls.
Working like an immigrant?
Better.
You need to take a trip to El Salvador. I got to go.
I've been there.
Whatever. You need to live there.
No, that's all right. They can keep that shit.
I mean, it's a great place to be. It's all staged. It's all staged.
I'm bloodline of the original Americans, my friend. I'm going nowhere.
Goodbye.
This is my country.
Goodbye. All right, moving on with the program. That was the one and only DJ Julio. Friend of the program. We don't agree on a damn thing there, but certainly Julio, thanks for coming through. Looking in the comments, he moved the goalpost like 3 times. Hey, that happens on the show. We are becoming the environment in the movie for Vendetta. Wow, Sherman. You know, a lot of folks, particularly MAGA, are going to agree with probably 90% of what my last caller said or more. A lot of folks, I have an issue with the lack of due process. I just do. But one thing that my last caller did admit is they should have some kind of rights. I had a lot of MAGA in the comments saying that until you become a citizen, you shouldn't have any rights at all. Just treat them like garbage. Before I go to the next caller, this is why I always keep saying on the show, despite the fact that I was brought up in the church, I'm not very Christian anymore. Because I tell you, I feel confident in saying this. Most of the people who believe it's okay to treat these people like shit refer to themselves as God-fearing. If your God, whoever he may be, he or she may be, is okay with this, and if you can be okay with this and you still can go upstairs, I don't know if I want to hang out with you up there. That's just my opinion. I don't know if I want to go up there with you. There's no way in hell I believe that any religious deity would be okay with this. No due process or anything. No way in hell. I don't know. To me, like I said, that's my opinion. I see in the comments, Jeremy says God is wrathful. So even God would be down with this, just put him in there like that. Let me looking in the comments. Any person who came across the border the wrong way is subjected to prosecution. Common knowledge and common sense. Well, and I don't disagree that coming in the country illegally can subject you to prosecution. But the problem is some of these folks have green cards and shit. They're not all here illegally. If you come to the country, you enter legally, you're here 100% legally, but let's say you get caught shoplifting or you commit another crime, well, that can violate your immigration process. You can be deported. But if you happen to come here legally from Venezuela, then you go to a place like this, when at that point, your only crime is the shoplifting or whatever, and you get sent to an environment like this. Keep in mind, our penal institutions in this country are shitholes, even according to Trump. What they're doing to them in El Salvador is significantly worse than even any of our institutions. So we're literally sending them to an institution that by American standards is inhumane. By American standards is inhumane. Keep in mind, President Trump, when he pardoned the January 6th hostages, stated he had to get them out of there because the place was disgusting and inhumane. That's what he said when he got the January 6th protesters pardoned. He had to get them out of there because the place was disgusting and inhumane. That was a U.S. federal prison. He's okay with sending these people here, though. All right, let me go back to the box. And I'll go ahead and bring on up I run with scissors. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Like I said, I'm amazed at how many people are okay with this, even when they know what happened. I run with scissors. Good evening.
Hey, how's it going?
I don't even know at this point, man.
I know, man. So I'm a friendly. I will take up a lot of your time because I know you like to get opposition up here mostly. But I just wanted to point out a couple of things. One, DJ sounds like a lot of Trump supporters who, especially in his second term so far, are having to twist their brain into all kinds of different shapes in order to rationalize some of the things he's doing.
Mm.
And that's just getting worse, right? And you could tell, right? Because he was changing the goalpost 2 or 3 times, right? So that's going to keep happening. More and more of these Trump supporters are going to have to figure out a way to rationalize it. A lot of their sentences are going to be starting with words like, yeah, but what about things like that, you know? The second thing I want to say that he kept on seeming to be lacking knowledge of is everybody who is in the borders of the United States is protected by the Constitution. Even if you came here illegally, which, by the way, is a misdemeanor. When you cross the border illegally, that's a misdemeanor. If you cross the border illegally and then apply for asylum, you are no longer considered an illegal.
Well,
you are now in an asylum process because you don't have to.
And you make a good point. Under the Biden administration, if you came here requesting asylum, officially you came here legally. You came here legally. Now that's because Trump, and Trump supporters are saying, I don't mind you coming here, just come here legally. Under Biden, and he's the president at the time, they came here legally. All of a sudden, Trump becomes president, and suddenly thousands of people who came here legally are instantly becoming fugitives all of a sudden. And that was the case for Trump and his supporters. They never acknowledged Biden's power as president to make that change. To them, if you came here and requested asylum, you were an illegal immigrant.
Yeah, but Hanson, listen, that Biden wasn't the one who started that policy that as long as you're on U.S. soil, you can clear asylum and that puts you into a legal process. That wasn't a Biden-created policy.
Even Cuba has been using that for years.
That's exactly it. That process started like decades ago, and especially under Reagan, when he was welcoming left and right Cubans escaping communism. All they had to do is swim across the water from Havana to a U.S. To the.
But that was only in relations to Cubans and I think maybe Haitians. The folks coming across the southern border did not have that.
The rule does not specify nationality. It doesn't say if you're Cuban, then this rule applies. It's anybody coming and touching American soil and says, I'm applying for asylum. They are now in a legal status. Even if they don't claim asylum and they come across illegally, they've committed a misdemeanor, even then you are still protected by the Constitution and you are afforded due process like you were talking. So even if you're here illegally, you still are protected by constitutional rights, including the Second Amendment, including the First Amendment, including the right to due process. That's just the law.
Obviously under Trump, from what I've seen, at least in my little small data sample, MAGA don't want you to have any rights if you come here until you're all the way up to a citizen. They're not a big fan. Some of them, not all of them, because Julio tried to say he tried to say it's okay to have some rights, but clearly there's plenty of areas where he's okay with you not having rights.
Yeah, and that's deplorable. And there's certain things that like if you can think of like a brick house and you think of American exceptionalism as a brick house, these guys just keep whittling away, pulling away brick by brick, that which has kind of created the whole mentality of American exceptionalism. And one of those things is our is that constitutional protections, right? Like you said, like the only place that like you'd have to go to like North Korea and places like that.
If you enter a country illegally and they send you to a place like what's down in El Salvador, you're only going to get sent to something that bad if you enter a really like one of those dictator type countries. You're not nowhere in Western Europe, whether we're talking Germany or Denmark. If you enter any of those countries illegally, they're not going to send you to an institution like that. You got to enter, like I said, North Korea or Russia somewhere to get sent to a place like that.
Right, and as far as what he was saying, as far as staged, I mean, that's just ridiculous. That is how those prisons are down there. Their president is President Bukele. He has, over the last 5 years, or 4 years, has cracked down big time on MS-13 in there, because that's where a lot of MS-13 members are from.
Right.
Is from the prison system in the United States, but then originally from El Salvador, and he's cracked down big time.
Do they ever get out? Do they?
Huh?
I mean, I'm wondering, because if you can be sent to that prison just for being a member of MS-13 or having a tattoo, do they ever get out? Is that a life sentence?
So I don't think it's a life sentence, but it is harsh treatment, and the way it's depicted in media, that's how it is. In fact, President Bukele creates not propaganda, but his own administration is happily admitting to that. Like, he's like, this is why I've been so successful. Look at how we treat our prisoners here.
I would like
and
to, and that's why I asked you to ever get out. What are you releasing if you treat somebody like that, where you literally beat them into submission? I mean, just completely inhumane, shaving their heads off, making them walk around damn near naked like that. What comes out of there? Let's say you do that to somebody for 5 or 6 years, what type of human being do you release?
That's a question worth asking.
To me, what I'm seeing, it makes me wonder if they let him out at all. Based on what I'm seeing, it makes me. I didn't do research on that, but I'm really curious, because you're still gonna have the MS-13 tattoo. They don't take the tattoos off of you, and if you can get arrested and in prison for simply having the tattoos on you, the tattoos are permanent. So I'm wondering, do some of these folks go in simply because they were a gang member and get a life sentence?
No, well, some of them get a lot. Yeah, some of them get really, really long sentences. Sometimes, and I can't speak for their judicial process, but what I have seen is President Bukele is a populist president, and he's very popular right now. He's taken El Salvador from being literally the most deadly place to live, except for Haiti, in the Western Hemisphere, and turned it into a place that is now safe to live in. It's because he has basically this totalitarian kind of...
Yeah, this is kind of like when Trump was talking about bringing back stop and frisk and giving police immunity and how it'll make America safe. And my response to stuff like this is, you don't make the country safe. You don't get rid of criminals. What you're doing is you're just reversing who the criminals are. All you're doing is making it so that the citizens are no longer criminals and the cops are committing all the crimes. I mean, crime is still happening. It's just being done with your permission.
Yeah. And I'm not rationalizing or making excuses for his methods. I'm just saying, and because, first of all, the United States is not El Salvador, right? Like, we weren't in the same place from like a societal and crime-ridden kind of place that El Salvador was in. I mean, El Salvador was like a horrible place to be. Mm-hmm. And he's really changed it around. I would recommend you do some research on it. Some of the things he's done there, a lot of people really like.
Yeah, but it's going to be. Yeah, I can understand how people would like it, but most likely it's going to be the same mindset that MAGA has, where I'm so focused on getting rid of crime that I don't give a damn if innocent people get caught up in it or not. At the end of the day, as long as I get crime down, I'm fine with it. Innocent people, well, we just, a few casualties never hurt. That's what in America, we would rather let criminals be on the street than risk convicting innocent people. They probably do it just the opposite. We would rather risk convicting innocent people than allowing criminals to be on the street.
Yeah, and I think your suspicions are well founded in not only our history, but in how today we are seeing Donald Trump act in office by now starting to ignore court orders, right?
Yeah.
Like lawful court orders. This is due process, right? Court, where somebody brings a a court case and the judge said and puts an injunction or something, says, all right, you got to stop doing that until this goes through the process of court, he's ignoring that.
Yeah.
And that's where you hear that constitutional crisis where those words come up, is because if you've got a president who's now unwilling to follow the rulings of the courts because he just simply doesn't like it, then what do we have?
What are the chances? Before I'm moving on from, what are the chances then that after 4 years, if he's not following any of the laws now, what are the chances that he'll follow the law, which is handing the baton over to the next administration?
Another valid question.
Yeah. Wow. All right, I got to move it on, man. This is somewhat distressing, but I appreciate you coming through.
Yeah, you take care.
Thank you. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen, get the likes up. Certainly 25, we could get to 25,000. I haven't solicited that. Smash the like button if you're on YouTube. Certainly those who may be tuned in on Clapper as well. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. I want to make sure I didn't miss any super chats there. Our illegal ruling, that's the difference. It's some leftist judge trying to tell the president of the United States what he can and cannot do. I don't know if I can bring it up right now, but Chris Cuomo on News Nation made a really good comment about that, because the right is saying that these judges interfere with Trump's agenda, leftist judge, one judge shouldn't be able to do all of this, have all this power. And he does a really good job of giving a laundry list of how one single judge was offsetting all of the Biden administration policies. Like, Biden with student loan forgiveness, it all started with one judge. I mean, the idea that one judge is getting in the way of Trump's agenda, so it's wrong, as Cuomo rightfully pointed out, makes it sound like Trump should have some kind of special power, because one judge got in the way of a whole lot of Biden's policies, and the right were totally okay with it. One judge, as you say, one activist judge, you could even submit that the judges that gave Trump immunity, the Supreme Court, that was somewhat activist. I mean, so it's really just a case of we're okay with activist judges and one judge doing stuff when we agree with it, but we don't like it when we disagree with it. But one judge can cause problems for both sides. It ain't something that's just uniquely happening to President Trump. I wish I could bring that up. I will in a minute, but yeah, it's happening more than just Trump. He ain't the only one that's been dealing with that. But going to one of my subscribers there, Jeremy, good evening, welcome to the program, Jeremy. Now, I saw you wanted to come up. What was going on? What am I getting wrong here?
Oh, you're getting a lot wrong. Number one, so first off, I'm going to say the only thing I disagree with Trump on this is that you think that the only right you shouldn't get when you come into the United States is the right to vote.
Wait.
That's it.
So you do believe they should get due process?
Yes. But here's what I do agree. Here's what you don't understand. That prison you're looking at, that's known as CCOT. There are multiple prisons in El Salvador. Everyone who's in there deserves to die, and I hope they do. I have no sympathy for them whatsoever. CCOT is specifically for people who've been convicted of things like rape and murder. And also, and if you're part of MS-13, by the way, you want to know one of their initiation processes? You have to kill a family member.
So you're telling me every single member of MS-13 took out a family member? I don't think that's true.
La M.
In America, because there's a lot of MS-13 members in LA, and you're telling me every one of them took out a family member?
Absolutely.
I don't believe that. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, maybe you're right, but I think I would have heard that by now. Every one of them?
Either that or it's the Mexican mafia. No, it's definitely MS-13 I'm thinking of.
I don't believe that. You got 14-year-olds that's part of that gang. There's no way they don't all kill the family member.
About the Bloods? That's who they mainly recruit because they can't get in they can't go to jail for the same amount of time as an adult.
I tend to think that if what you're saying is true, I would have heard. I watch a lot, national.
You think that children can't be violent?
No. Well, we know the Menendez brothers, but what I'm saying is, for instance, I watch a lot of those National Geographic prison shows. You see them on MSNBC in the middle of the night. I think I would have heard if every and Trump has never said that that every MS-13 member has taken out a family member. That would have been a really good selling point to talk about how bad we need them out of this country if they had done that. I don't buy that. The fact that you haven't heard that from the right, to me, says everything, because they would really be using it.
The right the right and the left both are filled with a bunch of people who honestly aren't that educated. You see, it's just kind of, it's part of the Pareto principle.
Now, Trump would say that, though. Trump, if they were killing their own family members, he wouldn't just be calling them bad hombres. He would be using that.
Oh, he should.
He can't use it if it ain't true.
He can't. And now, let me tell you about the other prisons. Everyone who's in CCOT is there for life. It's a life sentence. Okay? There are other prisons that you go to in El Salvador where if you just did a few misdemeanors, you don't go there for life. And guess what? They are very, very nice. It's almost, they're like miniature job programs. No, I'm dead serious. I am dead serious. There have been documentaries done by left-wing people.
I want you to look at something. Why are you telling me that? I'm once again, just like with the family members, I don't buy what you're saying, but I want you to look at something. This is News Nation. This is the arrival of those immigrants when they got to El Salvador. Look at how they're being treated, and keep in mind. Keep in mind what you said. They're going to a very nice place with job training.
No. They're going to CCOT. You're talking about two different prisons in El Salvador.
Okay,
Hours after President Trump invoked an 18th century wartime law, alleged members of Venezuela's prison gang Tren de Aragua arriving in El Salvador. The Salvadorian president sharing this dramatic video on X depicting TDA and MS-13 gang members hauled off into a plane, thrown into a bus, and then their heads shaved as they're now being held in an infamous terrorism confinement center. A senior Trump administration official telling News Nation in total, 261 illegal aliens were deported to El Salvador, of which 137 were deported using that Alien Enemies Act. The timing comes as a federal judge actually blocked deportation flights after Trump invoked that law from...
You telling me they going to a nice place?
Again.
No hair? No hair?
Those are not the kind of people who are committing low-level crimes. The people who are committing low-level crimes who are illegally in the United States, they're not going to CCOT.
Here's the problem I have, Jeremy.
No. Look it up.
Jeremy.
Look it up.
Jeremy.
There are multiple prisons that have different levels for different types of crimes.
Jeremy, with no due process, as far as I'm concerned, there's not much you can look up. They don't get due process, so they're not sentenced to a prison. There's no guarantee that they're going to get, let's say they only commit a low-level crime in this nice prison you're saying actually exists. How do you know that when they get there, somebody might not just hate them and send them to a maximum prison? They have no rights, no due process. You can't guarantee anything because we're treating them like they have no rights at all.
That's why, if you paid attention to what I said at the beginning, I said I don't agree with Trump about taking away their rights.
And I don't agree with it either, but when you start talking about they're going to potentially a nice low-level prison, there's no way to know that. Trump doesn't seem to give a damn, and because they don't have due process, they can't call their family, or you don't know you don't know if they're all alive at this point. They just literally are disappearing from the face of the earth at this point. They left Venezuela, they came to the U.S., they probably made a few phone calls back home when they came here, but now they've been deported out of America, and they literally just dropped off the face of the earth as far as their family is concerned. You don't know what type of facility they're in. You don't know if they're in a pine box at this point.
Well, here's the thing. Again, as I was saying, if let's say that we get my wish, which is that Trump isn't able to use this act, okay? Everyone in CCOT absolutely deserves to be there. Fuck them.
Well, the people we're sending...
And let me tell you why. Okay, let me tell you why. I am so sick of this argument of well, we should be humane. We should. Okay, what is humane about not punishing people? What is humane about letting someone be victimized and not asking for justice for the victim? What is humane about that?
Okay, the immediate answer is when you don't give a person due process, there's no way to know if the person is a murderer or somebody who was simply wrongfully accused. When you say they're in CCOT, all of the people we sent that went to, all of the people that we're sending that's going to this prison with all these murderers, none of them got due process. So very possible some of them folks could have been accused of shit they didn't do. So when you say what's wrong with punishing people, what's wrong with actually convicting them first?
Again, but we don't disagree on that.
Trump administration does.
I know, but that's the thing. I'm allowed to disagree with the person I voted for.
Right. Okay. So you do think what he's doing is wrong then?
I think what he's doing is 90% right, but then there's that 10% that is very, very, very wrong.
What? What does that mean?
And that 10% is the taking away of due process.
And you think you can treat me 90% right without due process rights? I mean, to me, that should be the 90% right there. Taking away my due process can literally mean the difference between life or death, because you're sending me to a facility like this that either I may lose my life in it or I may lose my damn mind for the way they treat me for the next several years.
Well, you won't lose your life, okay? Trust me.
How do you know all of this?
Oh, okay. There are documentaries that you can look up on YouTube where people who are very, very neutral and sometimes to the left actually do it. Type in CECOT.
Well, first of all, I'm not for certain that you can just look at these pictures and tell me you know what facility this is. How often do you go down to El Salvador?
Dude, I've seen the videos of some people going to the low-level prisons. You want to know something interesting about the low-level prisons? A lot of the areas in that prison are built by the prisoners, and they're happy to do it because they get paid for it. And a lot of them get bachelor's degrees. The lower level prisons in El Salvador, these are for the lower level criminals. The higher
so
level
you
criminals
think Trump?
you're seeing in CCOT, the higher level criminals that you're seeing in CCOT are rapists and murderers.
You think Trump is paying El Salvador to take prisoners from the United States so they can go down there and get an education?
He's just paying them to get there. Once they're in El Salvador, it's in El Salvador's hands.
Yeah.
No, seriously. Do me a favor. Type in CCOT. CECOT. One word.
You make it sound like, and what am I looking for here?
Oh yeah. Oh well, yeah. You probably want to see it on YouTube.
Yeah. What am I looking for though?
This is the max. This is the supermax prison that we're talking
about. Okay, well, give me the name of the one that's not a supermax. The good one you're talking about that they're going to.
Fuck, I forgot the name. Fuck,
that's what I want. I want to know about the one where they're coming out with bachelor degrees and shit. Give me that one.
Okay, there's two documentaries done about each prison by the same guy. I forgot his name. If you just type in CCOT,
because I think everybody is going to CCOT. You're telling me there's another one out there. I want to know the name of that. Everybody's going to CCOT. I don't care if you robbed an old lady or you took a bag of potato chips. I think they're all going to CCOT. I want to know the one you're talking about. This great place where they're getting an education. That's the one I want to know about. Everybody knows CCOT exists. That's how their prisons run.
Yeah. Well, and again. Sorry. I wish I had written it down.
I do too. Because I don't think it exists. I want to know about this good prison.
I've seen it. The name eludes me. That's all. At this moment, okay, that's all. But like, there are like people getting bachelor's degrees. These are people like actually build things. They're getting like trade aids and stuff like that. And guess what? You want to know what the result is? El Salvador is now a nice place to live.
Yeah. I need to see that. I'm just going to tell you flat out, I don't believe that any of the people we're sitting down there are going to these nice places. I think that Trump wanted these folks to be treated like bad hombres. Remember, Trump started out by saying that Mexico and all these countries are not sending us their best and brightest. They're rapists. I mean, he has painted all of these people to be exceptionally bad from day one, and he never proved it from day one. So he wants these people to go to somewhere awful. He don't want these people to go somewhere where they're getting bachelor degrees, because keep in mind, if they're going to some sort of penal facility and they're getting educated and we're paying for El Salvador to take these folks, then we're kind of paying for these folks to get educated. Trump ain't going to do no shit like that. He is not going to pay for these folks to walk away with an education.
I don't know if Trump likes that, but that's what's happening.
That ain't what's okay. Let me know what you find out. I gotta move it on. I don't buy that for a second, but if you find it, I'll correct it. I'll concede the point. I don't expect you to find that though. I don't expect that Trump would ever be. Go ahead.
But before I go, prices of goods are starting to go down. At the beginning of next month, if the prices of goods and services have gone down quite significantly, you're putting on the Trump hat, my guy.
That ain't gonna happen. Listen, I will get Trump if all of a sudden the economy gets much better. That's how I got my MAGA audience originally, is I was bashing Biden on the economy. I'm willing to bash the liberals if the economy sucks under the liberals, but when it sucks under Trump, I'm not going to make excuses in favor of Trump. I didn't make them in favor of Biden. Right now, the economy sucks under Trump. So all of us
come up here because you've got integrity.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Jeremy, I do got to go. Always welcome. Appreciate it.
See you, brother.
Anytime. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen. What we can buy eggs. Again, Yahoo. I haven't heard the price of groceries dropping, but I have heard folks saying it. I watched Fox News. Judge Jeanine Pirro was on the 5, I think, Friday, talking about gas and eggs that come down in price and things like that. I'm not seeing it yet. So maybe not in my neck of the woods, but you heard my last caller said he is seeing that. So, going back to the box, they have went down, says Gerald Jimerson. Okay. Well, if they're going down, then that is a good thing. If Trump is bringing the price of goods and services down, that's a good thing. I just haven't seen it yet. So maybe I'm behind on that. Dencal, good evening. Welcome to the program, Dencal. You ever been in a really nice prison in El Salvador? Dencal, are you there?
Thinking about going there and getting my education. I was thinking about, get some cheap education, man.
Yeah. Am I a bleeding heart liberal? Am I wrong for saying that what this looks like is inhumane? This looks inhumane to me.
Look, I'm just so surprised. I never knew that the Republicans or MAGA cared about what prisons are like.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been telling them that prisons have been horrible in this country for decades, if not centuries. And you know what they told us? Don't commit the crime if you can't do the time.
Right. Now
now, January 6ers, oh my goodness, they're in such horrible conditions, and they're being kept there without, because they can't pay their bail. You don't say.
Well, yeah, the thing about it is they only care when it's somebody that they care about. Like Trump cared about the J6ers. And I said that. I'm like, if you're admitting you had to get them out of this federal prison because it was disgusting and inhumane, you do realize when you got them out of there, the prison was not vacant. What are you doing for all the other Americans that are left behind in this disgusting and inhumane environment? You don't give a shit about them. Those are Americans that are there. So what he said did not pass the smell test with that. You just want to get your guys out.
Right, and having the nerve to come up on here talking about when you make your point about the people not getting due process to say, well, those 10% won't do something.
I'm like, that's the. He said 90% is good, but losing due process, that's only 10%. Yeah, I was speechless. I did hear him say that, though. Wow.
Exactly. So I guess we could apply that same thought process to black people. We only 13% of the population. Well, who gives a damn if they're being mistreated?
That is how it's applied. That's my argument for people who always ask me that are people of color, and they say, well, when was America great again? And I'm like, it ain't really meant to take you into consideration. You're not part of the equation on that. I mean, because if they had to look at it through your eyes, that statement wouldn't make sense. When they talk about making America great again, they're not really talking about your experience.
We lost a lot of great leaders and people in the attempt just to get them to change the verbiage in the Constitution from 3/5 of a human being.
Yeah.
Like we still there. They changed the verbiage, but you see how Trump and MAGA feels about the Constitution and all of that stuff. The president of the United States is not coming out saying, I don't give a damn what the court said. Literally.
Yeah. Also, his borders said the same thing. He don't give a damn what the court said.
Well, he was the one who said it, but he said it on behalf of
the Trump.
Because Trump, if somebody says something that Trump doesn't like, he's going to come out and correct it.
Yeah. You know what I really hate about this? Because I know my MAGA audience look like, why the hell are you guys defending criminal immigrants? I hate that it comes out like that because I'm just simply saying if a person is yelling out, I'm not a criminal, they should have a day in court to prove their case. The idea, because this opens the way for Karens, for racists, anybody to point at an immigrant and say this is a bad hombre, and that allows Homeland Security or Border Patrol to just come and grab them. They don't get a chance to prove that they're innocent in court. DJ Julio, my first caller, all he could see is that they're bad. Well, you know, you wouldn't get picked up if you weren't hanging around bad people, or you would. He just refused to accept that this could happen to somebody who's doing nothing wrong. They have to be bad, and based on that, you don't need due process. I already got my mind made up. You're a bad guy. You need to go. That's where I don't like it.
So that's the assumption. That's the assumption that everybody that's in a gang, if the gang has a reputation of being violent, everybody in the gang needs to go to prison, needs to go to maximum security where they got, you know, murderers and rapists at. Like, I don't even understand the logic that people could be in these situations and not be criminals. Like, some people grow up in the culture. Heck, Snoop Dogg is one. You know what I'm saying? Should he be locked up?
A lot of kids join. Yeah, you're right. A lot of kids join gangs to belong. Sometimes maybe an older,
or to not get jacked up.
Yeah, or sometimes it's just a matter of a kid whose mom is working all damn day in the neighborhood. Misguides the kid. You know, some adult takes the kid under his wing and the adult doesn't have good intentions for the kid. You could literally have somebody innocent getting wrapped up in this. Next thing you know, they got a MS-13 tattoo or something on them, and now they're getting sent to this environment because of the tattoo, because they're making it clear just simply being a gang member is all you need to get deported. You don't actually need to have committed any crimes. Just being accused of being part of the gang is good to go. And you could literally point to anybody, like Julio was saying, well, you're hanging around bad people. Maybe you grew up with somebody that actually became an MS-13 member and you just friends with that guy. You're on the corner with him, now they're going to round you up. Well, you shouldn't have been hanging with him. I mean, that's why I cannot call it anything else other than inhumanity.
Yeah, it's like it goes against all of this. They talking about this law and order and due process and everything, but now when their guy gets in there, they say the hell with all of it.
Yeah. Well,
the hell with all of it. Anything that goes against him, the judge is somehow compromised. And I heard a great question on the news today. They were talking to Stephen Miller, and the reporter was asking him about the part about him saying that you can't, like, you don't need a judge. A judge can't tell the president, the executive branch, what to do. And she said, well, how does it get up to the Supreme Court if the lower courts don't make a ruling on it? That's the only way it can work its way up. So if you're saying the lower courts can't say anything, then how does anything ever get up to the Supreme Court? Somebody has to claim that it injured them, and then a judge makes a ruling, and then somebody appeals it. That's the normal process. How are they saying that these people, nobody can rule on them except for the Supreme Court, but then the lower courts can't? I don't get it.
Well, and I don't get it either. I mean, obviously, they don't want to follow the typical way the law goes, but I'm going to give you one that's even worse. This is coming from Maxwell Smart in the comment section. He asked a question, and this is definitely somebody who certainly has not been in the hood to ask this, but I'm going to give it to you. He says, who hangs on the corner with gang members?
I do. When I was a kid, because that was all that was in my neighborhood. When I grew up watching hustlers and, you know, and pimps and stuff like that. Right. That's who was in my neighborhood. That's what I grew up watching. As sad as it may sound, that's who I wanted to be when I was at a young age, because I had matured. Let
me give you a more, and this is for my viewer that Maxwell that asked that question. Because I'm with you. I'm the same way you are, didn't Cal, but I'm gonna give him a more white version. He, based on his analogy, he would have deported Daisy Duke because they hung around the Duke brothers who were often running from the law. Daisy Duke is hanging around criminals, so he would deport Daisy Duke from the Dukes of Hazzard because she's hanging around bad guys. Daisy Duke was not committing any crimes in the Dukes of Hazzard. The Duke boys was doing that. They were the ones running from Boss Hogg and all of them. But because Daisy Duke hung around them, he's going to deport. This is what it sounds like. Anybody could hang around somebody that is doing something wrong. I mean, he's literally talking about guilt by association.
And he can't even see his own hypocrisy because the world was created, it was framed around white supremacy where they get to make the rules. So they won't say nothing about a white supremacist group, a militia. They won't say nothing about a Klan member or nothing. Now, they was in the worst gang ever.
Yeah.
It's still current members that's out there wanting to start race wars. Are we calling them terrorists? Are we making it a point to say, oh, you was Italian, you know, your heritage is Italian, so you in this country trying to start some shit, so we should ship you back to Italy. Like, they're not using the same logic when it comes to people because they only can see it from one's perspective.
And what's really concerning is if you can deport these folks, even folks with green cards. We're not talking about people who just ran across the Rio Grande and is here 100% illegally. Some of these folks got green cards and permanent residency they're kicking out for some of the misdemeanor and low-level crimes. What concerns me, and you let me know if you see the same thing, is if they can kick them out of here without giving them due process, is it possible this could spread to citizens too?
Exactly. In the same question that Trump pumped into their head to fearmonger them, saying, if they can do this to me, imagine what they could do to you. Yeah. Now, that's some of the thought process that they took on, but it was only from his perspective. If somebody did something to him, that they can do it to you. Now it's him that's going to be doing it to you. It's going to be him that's going to be taking away people's Social Security. It's him who's firing 1/5 of the civil service, which happens to be retired and former veterans. It's going to be him that's going to be kicking people out of their homes because he fired them from their job and they can no longer afford. It's going to be him that's doing it to them. And all of these people running around thinking that only black people or minorities are on SNAP programs or whatever, just go look at the numbers.
Yeah.
It's going to be more of these people in these rural white areas that's going to be hurt than anybody else. The farmers, all of them farmers out there that was getting that grant money and that USAID money, they all sitting there with their crops looking crazy.
How does this? Okay, here's because what I mean. It's the stuff you're saying is so distressing. But Trump has only been in office for less than 2 months. So is it possible to undo this? I mean, let's say for instance we keep on this trajectory. Because Trump is moving 10 times the speed of sound. We're talking about in only 2 months. You're talking 4 years down the line. Is it possible to undo this?
No, we can't make it 4 years. I think if we can't do something by the midterms, then we'll just be living in an autocracy and we'll just have to, I guess, accept it. Because with them doing now, which is what I said a long time ago, is that we hit the real constitutional crisis, none of them fake ones before. We hit the real one when he tells the courts to fuck off. And now we're at that point right now where we've seen him say it. We're seeing him do it, talking about, oh, it don't matter because the planes was already out of our airspace. What? Your job as a civil servant or military aircraft doesn't end when you get when you get over navigable waters. That's not how it works. When you always have to follow the American justice system or the UCMJ.
Well, it sounds like one of those planes hadn't even took off yet. I mean, they were saying fuck the court so much that they actually took a plane off after getting the judge's order and was just like, well, fuck it. Once it's in the air, you can't do nothing about it at all anyway.
Right. So
they clearly violated that.
Yeah, they made a conscious decision to say, forget the courts and what they're talking about. We're going to do what we're going to do. And that judge is in between a rock and a hard place now because the judge is telling them to come back and explain to them what happened. And they basically saying, we just got the right to do it. And there's nothing you could do about it.
And to some degree, that sounded like it's true. But before I move it on from you, I want you to hear this. You may have heard it earlier, but I want to get your take on this because you're talking about saying fuck the courts and things like that. Listen to this. Is obviously his spokesperson, Caroline Leavitt, whatever her name is. But I want you to hear what she had to say. This is another topic, but it's Trump challenging the system yet again.
Caitlin.
I have two questions for you. One on the flights, but first on the president's post overnight saying that he is the pardons that were issued by President Biden preemptively to members of the January 6th committee, that they're now null and void. Have attorneys here at the White House told President Trump that he has the legal authority to undo a pardon simply because it was signed by auto pen, as he said?
The president was begging the question that I think a lot of journalists in this room should be asking about whether or not the former president of the United States, who I think we can all finally agree was cognitively impaired. I know it took people some time to finally admit that, but we all know that to be true, as evidenced by his disastrous debate performance against President Trump during the campaign. I digress on that. But the president was raising the point that did the president even know about these pardons? Was his legal signature used without his consent or knowledge? And that's not just the president or me raising those questions, Caitlin. According to the New York Post, there are Biden officials from the previous White House who raised those questions and wondered if the president was even consulted about his legally binding signature being signed onto documents. And so I think...
What do you think? They're trying to undo Biden's pardons.
Sickening. Now, that's pure evil.
Oh my
These
God.
people sat around with some lawyers and said, how can we get around this? And they concocted a story when we saw him being asked every day at the end of his term, was he going to do these pardons? Right. And he was saying he was thinking about it. There's nobody on God's green earth that can say somebody signed it and he didn't know about it. That is some bull.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, and I seen the comments. Chris says you can't undo a pardon. You guys got to quit underestimating Trump. I done made my share of mistakes doing that shit. Trump is Superman. Say what you want. That dude is a white Superman with flesh and blood. That guy is doing things that nobody... I swear to God, if we had said this stuff 6 months ago, MAGA would have been saying, we are fear-mongering. We're trying to paint Trump into some kind of picture. He's not going to do all of this crazy shit. They would have never accepted it even themselves. But got to quit underestimating Trump. I mean, because certainly when you see the Supreme Court is on his side and Congress ain't going to do anything to get in the way, the Senate is not going to do anything to get in the way, what can he not do? There is no Johnny, checks and balances.
Yeah, and Johnny 11 or Johnny J11, yes, we do know he signed it because he talked about it ad nauseum before he left office. And people asked him to say he didn't know or somebody else signed it is just ridiculous. Why would he let somebody? They can go ask him right now. He's still alive.
Right. And not, let's just be clear. We know that the reason Trump is challenging this shit is not that he want to make sure that nobody cheated for Biden. He wants to go after those people. He don't give a damn about Biden. He's making it sound like, well, I just want to make sure that those were legitimate signatures and nobody fraudulently signed for Biden. You don't give a you're trying to go after those people. That's why you're trying to undo this stuff so you can start going after them people.
It's a sad state of affairs, man. But MAGA, they still holding on. They're ignoring everything.
Because it ain't happening to them yet. It ain't happening to them right now. So.
They're talking about, oh my goodness, look, eggs prices were caused by the bird flu. We all know that. If the price comes down, it ain't got jack shit to do with what Trump did.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been by the bird flu if Kamala Harris had won or something. They would be still blaming. if Kamala Harris or Biden had got reelected, they would still be blaming the price of eggs on them. But now that Trump is in, all of a sudden, let's tell the truth about that bird flu shit, because we don't want that to fall on us now.
The gas is still too high because at one time it was $1.80 under Trump.
right, then, Cal. It is a sad state of affairs the way things look. I mean, I didn't think we would be here. I'm actually starting to wonder, shit, am I safe putting out content? I'm starting to wonder, man.
Well, you've already said it. There's layers to this shit, and they are attacking the upper layers. They haven't gotten through to
Yeah,
them.
but goddamn, I know that they're at the front door. Like, how long am I gonna be safe in the basement?
Hey, but the good thing for you is AI won't know the difference because they'll see that MAGA hat in the back and skip right over you.
You know, well, shit. Let me make sure I'm safe. Let me pull all these motherfuckers out.
That AI will skip right over you.
Let me pull them all out. I'm gonna get me a MAGA. I'm gonna get me a MAGA comforter. So when they come in my house, I'm under the bed, big ass Trump one sign and shit on.
Look, you got his picture in the back, man. You good, man.
All right, I hope you're right, cause damn,
You just have to switch. You just have to do a little tweak of your content, man. Just a small tweak. You already close, man. So
I hope you right, because there's a fat lady with diarrhea sitting right in front of the fan and she letting it go. Shit is hitting the fan, man. Shit is hitting the fan. Then, Cal.
All right, you have a good one, man.
Always pleasure, man. Thank you. All right, moving on with the program. Tap the screen. Will G says guilty until proven innocent. With the immigrants, that is absolutely true. That is absolutely true. If Trump says the immigrants are bad hombres, they're letting them out of insane asylums or whatever, particularly from a MAGA standpoint, his word is good enough. This is the same thing with the Haitian migrants. MAGA's not questioning Trump. If Trump, I don't care how outrageous it is, even up to and including eating people's pets. If he says it happened, shit is happening. There is no demand for any evidence or proof on it. I'm not saying that Trump is always wrong my damn self, but I do believe that he should show evidence of some of this stuff. I don't just buy anything he said, because at the end of the day, like any other human being, Trump has been caught saying things that are not accurate. So if he says somebody's doing it, then show some proof. You know, so if somebody said, Debo says some immigrants are even coming from outer space. Oh my God. Before I move on with the program, by the way, tap the screen, get the likes on up. 40,000, is that possible? By the way, on TikTok, give me about a minute of good tap and help out the algorithm, brings in more MAGA. That's why I always ask you guys to tap the screen. It helps out the algorithm, all of that good shit. Real quick in the comments, I looked up to my dad, not gang members, says Maxwell Smart. Well, everybody don't have a father around. Maybe your dad was not in your life. Maybe your dad's overseas fighting a war. Maybe your dad's deceased. Maybe your dad's incarcerated. Everybody don't have maybe your dad got 2 fucking jobs and they don't have time to be around. I mean, there's a ton of reasons. And by the way, there are people that join gangs that have both families at home and treat them good. Some people just do it to rebel. So, you know, you never know what's on the what influences a child. Every child that, goes the wrong way was not raised up improperly. Sometimes people just, bad things. You could do everything you believe is necessary to raise your child right, and the streets still may get them. Somebody still may get them. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, you can't control that. The caller doesn't sound like he hung with crack dealers, so tell him to stop the nonsense. Crack dealers are worse than purple Microsoft dealers. What is a purple Microsoft dealer, Maxwell? I don't even know what that is. And look, listen, I don't have any criminal history at all. My criminal history is cleaner than most cops. I hung around people that were felons and shit. I mean, that's just kind of the way it is. If you grew up in urban America, particularly as a person of color, you know some criminals. It's just the way it is. You know some especially if you grew up 70s, 80s, and 90s, you know some criminals. It just living in the hood, it was designed that way. I mean, you got to think the way America was designed, it was designed to keep people of color kind of financially down, so to speak. You impoverish people, they're going to turn to crime. Even as late as in the 80s. It was still hard for African Americans to see the same light as a white person. 2025 is a different story. But also, people might also suggest that deliberately flooding neighborhoods with crack cocaine. Well, you're gonna have dealers and shit in that area. There's a whole lot to go behind that. But I think just about anybody that grew up in urban areas probably knew some thugs, knew some criminals, knew some felons. They're all around you. I mean, if you live in a hood, chances are there's at least one person that sells drugs on your block. At least one. And many of them got the cops on payroll. So the cops are kind of turning a blind eye to felonies as well. There's a reason why you can do all of that stuff. You think the police don't know which houses sell drugs and narcotics? When a 10-year-old walking home from elementary school can tell you what house is a drug house on the block, you think the cop don't know it? Most drug dealers that are even somewhat in the game, most of them that are even somewhat in the game, have at least one officer on the payroll. One person that they need to get some information from or turn a blind eye or something. So, yeah, I think everybody that grew up in that environment knows, and it probably applies to folks who grew up in trailer parks as well. If you grew up in a poor environment, crimes are being committed, even in the white areas. If you grew up in a poor environment, you probably know somebody that's doing a little shady shit to get by, to make a dollar. So it doesn't matter how good your parents are. You know these people. And they're all around you, by the way. They're all around you. But looking in the comments, make sure I didn't miss another one there. Okay, continuing on, though. Chicago cops don't even bother active people on the corners anymore. I would guess it's probably like that in most big cities. By the way, standing on a corner alone is not a crime anyway. I mean, if a person is just standing on the corner and you start fucking with them, if they don't want to talk to you, I mean, you could literally make an arrest that ends up being fruit from the poisonous tree. You can't just walk up to somebody because they're standing somewhere. So some of that, I guess if they pass a loitering law or if you got a curfew or something like that, but if you're an adult and you're walking down the street, you look suspicious, it's not an excuse to fuck with you. Lots of people have gotten off because the cops have done it. You just can't start fucking with somebody because they out in the street at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's not how it works. Keep crying, Trump baby, says the walrus poacher. Crying how? You know, I spoke to MAGA and Trump supporters throughout the Biden administration. They were unhappy with every damn thing, from immigration to crime to entitlements, you name it. I never accused MAGA of crying. I mean, people, it doesn't matter who's in office. There's going to be some people who don't like who the current commander-in-chief is. All of a sudden, for some reason, when you criticize Trump, you're crying or you need to lead a whole fucking country. If you don't like it, get out. Trump was saying all kinds of negative things about America when Biden was president. I didn't hear liberals telling them, well, if you don't like it, get out. Go out, go somewhere else. I don't know why. Are we in an environment where Trump is so high and mighty that it should be illegal to criticize him? I mean, that really does sound like a dictator if you ask me. Will G says, what do they say about the Dukes of Hazzard? Just the good old boys. Never meaning no harm. Yeah, I've been in trouble with the law ever since the day they were born. That's part of the theme song. Will says, just the good old boys, they don't mean no harm. Yeah, with the Confederate flag on top of the... yeah, they did have that Confederate flag on top of the car. And when they made the movie, they took the flag off of the car in the Dukes of Hazzard movie. And the right went ape shit. The woke community don't cancel the General Lee. They took the flag off the car, I believe, in the movie they made for the Dukes of Hazzard. What it says, most kingpins are white. Is that true? What about the drug kingpins? Are they really white? I don't know. What about the Hispanic? I thought they were like Hispanic cartel. I don't know about that one. Mr. Liberal, you hung up on corners. Did you chill with crackheads in crack houses most people associate with their likes? Look, I've never tried anything in my life. I've never tried even alcohol, not even a wine cooler, not even a beer. I've never tried cigarettes. I've never tried marijuana. I've never tried any narcotic or illegal substance ever, not even tried it. But in regards to your question, you says, you hung out on corners. Did you chill with crackheads? Yes. Yes. I've even taken people to buy it. Yes. Yes, like I said, we grew up with these people. You know, I had people on the block that I knew. You know, I've known people from the time I was in kindergarten that got hooked on that shit. I say on the program all the time, my dad passed away from crack use. My own father. So yes, he had friends and everything that were around it. Yes, I hung out with crack users. Yes. If you grew up in the city, if you grew up in the hood during that era, yes, absolutely. I grew up with people in that with that shit. You stepping over the little tiny sandwich bags, you know, the little tiny bags they put them in, all of that shit. Yes, yes. And you're talking to somebody who did not get involved in it, nothing, but it was all around you. Yes, absolutely. But you say most people associate with their own kind. The only difference is I grew up and I stayed away from it, and some of my friends grew up and they didn't. But they didn't go from being my friend to not being my friend. If they're on the block and I'm going to work and I see one of them standing around or some shit, or I'm walking, you know, down the street, just, hey, what's up, man? We may sit there and talk and chew the rag for a minute. I don't just dump them as a friend because they don't develop an addiction. So when you say people hang around people that are like them, this is a guy I may have went to kindergarten with, or went to elementary, or went to high school with. It's the same dude. He just has an addiction problem. I don't know. You just gotta, if you're not from that environment, Maxwell Smart, where you don't understand it. But that's just the way it is. And by the way, if you live in white areas, people get hooked to meth. People got hooked to opioids and different shit like that, in pills. If you've known the lady next door or something like that, you don't know her no more because she's hooked on pills? I mean, this is what happens. Looking in the comments, I associated with my own kind. My Oxycontin dealer in college came from Detroit. He brought down a whole new crew and pushed millions of dollars of Oxycontin. Wow. On University of Kentucky's campus. Yeah, like I said, these are folks I knew before we were adults. Before we were even adults, in some of these cases. It's just kind of what happens. I'm not celebrating it, or I'm not speaking up highly. I'm just simply saying sometimes it's a circumstance of your environment. But continuing on, we'll go to Mike, one of my subscribers there. Good evening, Mike. Welcome to the program. Why don't people understand that? I mean, you ever heard of the phrase product of your environment?
Well, yeah, but hold on, Jim. I'm going to take a step back tonight because, you know, these people, and I'm gonna just call it like I see it. I'm so sick of the DJ Julios and the Jeremys that don't have a clue about what's going on in the community that they weren't associated with. Want to tell people that came from that community what's going on in that community, but they don't talk about what's going on in their community. They don't talk about the greats that are going on in their community. They don't talk about the levels of domestic violence going on in their community. They don't talk about those things, but they want to talk about what's going on in our communities, and they don't know shit. So for them to sit here and act like it's okay to just deport people because you want to classify them and you want to demonize them, just like Trump did, doesn't make it right. So here's the thing, Jeremy, DJ Julio, or any other motherfucker that wants to talk about this. Know what's going on in your background. Know what's going on in your neighborhood. Understand that the highest percentage of assaults on children come from their communities. That the epidemics now, that there's an opioid that's in their communities. We don't own no boats. We don't own no planes. We don't have that kind of power. We're not trafficking weapons between here and Mexico and back. We're not doing those things. So they're sitting there gaslighting you, Tim. And listen, God bless you for dealing with and listening to that shit, but they need to understand something. And the Johnnies in the comments, y'all don't know shit. You guys are in a cult. You've let this pink motherfucker get you to believe that what he's doing is right. It's wrong. You don't have empathy. You don't have humanity. You don't have morals. You don't have ethics. You have none of that shit. But you get on these apps and you want to tell people about the positions they live and the conditions they live. And the bottom line is the first fucking immigrants or illegals are you motherfuckers.
Damn. Yeah. What about the notion that they... Right? What about the notion when you suggest that they don't know what's wrong or whatever the case may be? What about the notion that I don't really care what Trump does because at the end of the day, I don't feel like he's going to do it to me? I'm okay with this happening as long as it don't happen to me.
No, but Tim, yes, that's fine. Then they are accepting that they are accepting what I just said. They are accepting the lowest common denominator of a human being that they can be. And they're accepting it. And not only that, they're justifying it by his actions. The reality is this. First of all, Jeremy was wrong about that prison. They can't even go outside, Tim.
Yeah, I thought, and by the way, real quick, Viral Talks, appreciate the support. Thank you. But I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, you talking about there's a nice prison where they can get an education? I was like, no way. I don't even think the typical citizen that's in good standing with the law in El Salvador is able to easily get an education, much less somebody that's incarcerated.
Exactly. And here's the thing. They can't even make it make sense. I thought Trump said they were opening up their prisons and all of those bad people were here already. I thought that's what he said.
Well, he said he didn't say El Salvador wasn't the country. He was talking about Venezuela was opening up their prisons.
But period. Well, he demonized all of them. My point is this. If that's happening, then why would the country that let them out just willingly accept them back? It makes no sense, number one. Number two, for Julio or anybody to think that everybody that is being deported has done something illegal, then let's talk about the professor that they didn't let back in the country who was teaching at Brown University. That just happened yesterday. So what are we talking about?
I haven't heard that. Explain that case. I'm not aware of that one. What are you talking about?
She has dual citizenship. She was coming back in the country and they didn't allow her back in. She's a professor. She's a professor at a college studying medicine here, and they didn't let her back in. What did she do wrong? What did she do wrong? She didn't do anything wrong. Here's the thing. The whiteness of it all. To think that because it doesn't impact you, that it must be credible because another white person told you it was. Yeah. By the way, one of the biggest criminals that we have is sitting in the White House. It's just funny to me, Tim. Think about what I'm about to say. Tell me I'm right or wrong. Trump and his administration, as a group, they are in proximity to rapists, essayers, pedophiles, or white Christian nationalists. All of them. All of them. Tell me.
I'd have a hard time denying that. Certainly the last one. I can't really deny that.
And here's the thing. Then he'll pardon one of them. He'll pardon one of them, and then give them a platform. He'll give them a platform to spread this shit, and then we're not supposed to recognize what we're saying. But Tim, here's the thing. You and I talked about this months ago, and you said it earlier. If the things we were saying then, they thought we were fear-mongering. Oh, you guys are just fear-mongering, and all the things that we've been talking about are happening, and they're justifying them because it doesn't affect me. DJ Julio, they're the worst of the worst because they're not even doing enough research to even figure out if it's not right. So think about that for a second.
Well, but like I said, one of the benefits, I always say I give Trump credit, and people don't like when I say this, but one of the things that Trump has going for him is when it comes to MAGA, he doesn't really need to prove anything he says. They take it at face value. If he said, like I said, the Haitian migrants, it's something as wild as eating dogs and cats. They didn't need any proof at all. That was good enough. It doesn't matter what he says is happening. They're letting out insane asylums and they're all coming to America. He don't need proof of that. They don't need proof of that. That's good enough. If Trump says it, that's all you need.
Okay, that's fine. He says it. But then when they get offered proof, you gave DJ Julio 4 different scenarios to try to make sense of that. And he still kept coming back to his own beliefs and what he thinks. And he's okay with putting with people that could be innocent. Well, the 10% is just fine, right? Well, it's just the 10%. So
I don't have an answer for that.
One of your kids. What if the 10% was one of your daughters? What if the 10%? Because I thought one was enough. I fucking thought they said one life was enough, Tim. Correct me if I'm wrong. I could have.
I hear it all the time. One is too. I hear it all the time because I bring it up with the transgender community. Well, one is too many. I'm like, there's not a lot of biological boys playing girl sports. Well, one is too many. It makes sense when it's fitting the narrative. But if I point out police, for instance, committing violations against citizens, the one is too many thing suddenly goes away and it becomes, well, 99% of cops are actually good. I mean, so people are using when they want to use it.
Yeah, and they do. And even in the comments, whoever the hawk was, whoever they were asking you about, you growing up around crackheads or whatever. And it's like, you know what's so funny? And that's gaslighting. They were trying to gaslight you as if their community is so funny.
Yeah, like I brought up meth and I brought up pills and things like that. Every community has addicts. I don't care if it's.
But they don't. But they didn't. But they asked you about you. They didn't offer what's going on in their community. They didn't tell you about the parties they have at their parents' house when they're over in Hawaii and they're popping pills and drinking liquor and doing all this shit from the store, and the police show up and say, just keep it down. The hypocrisy of it all is so infuriating, because it's gaslighting, and it goes right to what we say and right to what we feel. And yes, I can speak to this because I've been on both sides of it. But just because you grew up somewhere, and they don't even know the circumstances of how it got there. Listen, Ronald Reagan brought the most of those metric tons of sugar booger in this country. Okay, so let's really talk about how this thing started. This was a part of their design, and then you want to turn around and hold somebody accountable for the very things you put there to begin with. And again, then they want to tell us, have some accountability. Okay, fine, but you don't even know what's going on in our community, but you refuse to address what's going on in your community, to the point it's an epidemic, and now it's all of the immigrants. Reason why all of this is happening. At the end of the day, they are a part of the problem.
Mm. So, is there any light at the end of the tunnel for this? If he's moving this quick, less than 2 months in office, and he's done, or I guess better choice or the words might be undone, so much of traditional America. He got almost 4 years remaining, 3.5 years left. I mean, if he can do all this in 2 months, shit. I mean, is it going to be a point where you may get past the point of return?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you think about it, what's the line of defense right now? The courts. That's the last line of defense. If the courts don't act, then what is your next line of defense, Tim?
There isn't.
There isn't.
Other than the 2A people.
Right. But I mean, just think about deporting those people, and then the judge saying, turn the plane around, and they said, fuck you.
Yeah.
Right. But here's the funny part. That's the very behavior that they were saying was coming from the left. Joe Biden and the corruption. Listen, it's just so funny. I never in a million years thought I would be able to reference an administration with convicted felons, right? Convicted felons with charges. I just never thought I would see the day. And then the press secretary gets up there and just regurgitates that shit as if it's normal. Yeah. And these people are just eating it up, but they don't need proof because they think that it doesn't apply to them until it applies to them. But this is exactly how it happened with Schmittler. Period, point blank. Even the people that supported him, some of them didn't make it either.
Yeah. What I'm concerned with is this, because it seems pretty clear that if Trump tells MAGA a group of people are the bad guy, MAGA takes the stance of, well, whatever happens to them, they kind of deserved it. We know that he's deemed a lot, the cartel or terrorist outfits. You know what he said about immigrants, and MAGA's like, whatever happens to them, happens to them. Now, he's already deemed Black Lives Matter as a terrorist outfit as well. So I'm kind of questioning what happens if BLM is blocking streets or something like that, or even if they're rioting and looting. I mean, do you think MAGA would have any concern at all if Trump ordered, maybe the unaliving of them? Because at the end of the day, if you weren't robbing a store or something, or if you weren't blocking the street, then maybe nobody would have ran you over. I mean, could you see that same unsympathetic approach to groups like BLM?
George Floyd, Derek Chauvin.
Yeah.
I mean, you got supporters coming on here defending Derek Chauvin, so I don't need to think. I don't need to guess.
Yeah.
Every last person in the last 5 years that was unalived by a police officer, them motherfuckers want to justify. She had a pot in her hand, Breonna Taylor. Well, maybe every single time, Tim. So I don't need to wait for that.
I wish I could say you were just talking out the side of your neck, but because I've been doing lives for most of that time, you are correct. Anytime there's a controversial killing of an African American or a person of color by police, and I don't know why. I'll just simply say that to give myself plausible deniability. I don't know why, but the right always rush to defend the cops. I do not. I don't care how it happened. I don't care how clear it's on video. I don't care what took place. For some reason, the right starts out, their default setting is to defend the cop, no matter how it looks.
And then the people that are being affected by this tell them, and we don't know what we're talking about. Yeah. I mean, what else are we gonna do? You pull over, you get unalive because you were pulling out your wallet. You stop, you get out the car, you're unalive accidentally. When the one officer ended up pew-pewing the guy on accident. You remember that when her firearm went off? And there's all these justifications. And then Derek Chauvin.
Well, I'll give you one for Breonna Taylor that's coming in right now. Thomas Lanham says Breonna Taylor was a dope dealing hoe who only had dope dealers for boyfriends, so she deserved to get shot in her sleep.
See what I'm saying? They don't care. They don't care.
But I'll tell you one thing though, MAGA loves black people.
yeah, I've seen it all over the place. I mean, we can go on and on, but see, that person that said that says that from a place of privilege, and they sit wherever the fuck they sit on their white privilege perch, and they because they don't care. And I'll be honest with you, and I'm all about free speech, but sometimes those comments don't even need to be reread because it platforms them and gives them a sense of purpose that they don't even deserve. Because that very same person, they just have no humanity. They have no empathy. But the funny part about that person's working with somebody that looked just like me and you, sitting right next to them. They probably laugh in their face all the time and think that they are just the thing that he called Breonna Taylor every day. So they wonder why. And then when they say we always take it back to race, I'm going to say this. That gentleman right there and the Julios and the Jeremys of the world, when you got 100 snakes in the bag and somebody told you there was 20 poisonous ones in there, would you stick your hand in the bag looking for the 80 that are not? Or would you just get rid of the whole bag? I'm just asking, Tim. I don't understand.
I think we know the answer. One bad apple can spoil a whole bunch is kind of what you're saying. But now you're talking about 20 of the motherfucking apples are bad. That's even worse. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, we're not going to solve this. The black and brown communities, we're not going to solve this. There has to be enough empathy on the other side from white folks to say, yeah, this is crazy, but they can't see past what's right in front of them. And if you're not a billionaire, if you're not the 1%, it ain't gonna be good for none of us.
Bro, at the end of the day, if what we're talking about is true, it has to for at least for the MAGA side of the aisle, it has to happen to them specifically before they'll have the same mindset you do. I mean, but if it's happening to their neighbor or somebody across town, it is what it is. But because if all of a sudden their Social Security or they lose their farm or something like that, that's different. But if it's happening to the neighbor, hey, look, we're cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. Maybe my neighbor was waste, fraudulent, and abusive.
Well, and it's funny. You're 100% right. But I'm going to give you a perfect example. Jeremy's comment, because whites always have to fix everything. Jeremy, I got news for you. Y'all break every fucking thing. Everything y'all touch as colonizers turns to shit. Everything. And listen, since you like to read, go read. I'm not racist. I'm just being honest. Since you want to make that statement, every time you touch down somewhere, it turns to shit. Look at the history books that you're trying to wipe clean of your atrocities and then tell me I'm not telling the truth. But you don't want to. Here's the thing. And we could get past that if you didn't conduct yourself the way you conduct yourself. But the fact that you do it and then you don't expect anybody to say anything is absolutely absurd. But it is what it is. They're showing their cards. They are who they are. I'm reacting to what they say. And he's saying, I'm just too weak to help yourself. Brother, I'm probably one of the most accomplished black men you've ever seen in your fucking life. So I'm not the one. Just to understand that. But what I am going to do, I'm going to keep trying to share so we can try to get better and heal. But by no means don't you take these words as weakness, because we're not a weak people. We've never been a weak people. We built this motherfucker. Don't forget that, Jeremy. We built this motherfucker. Don't forget that.
All right,
you tried to wipe the indigenous people away.
All right. As always, a pleasure. Thank you for coming through, Mike. It's a hell of a time right now, but thanks for the support. Thanks for coming through.
All right, bro.
You too. All right, moving on. By the way, tap the screen. As always, folks, we do entertain comments from all sides of the aisle. So let me make something clear. We're not, you're going to, for some reason on TikTok, most of my callers do lean left. But damn it, we do not run from folks on the right, even if you're completely critical of me or anybody else in the comments. So understand that this is not a program where only left wingers get through. It's just a hell of a lot of left wingers that come through and actually, come through to the program. But we don't run from folks on the right, which is why you just heard him pointing out Jeremy. Jeremy leans right. Going back to the box shortly here. Real quick, what does that say? Is it me or is this host handsome? Ron, oh my God. And more to the point, what makes me a racist because I voted for Trump exactly? I don't believe voting for Trump makes you a racist. I don't believe that simply voting for President Trump makes anybody a racist. But I do believe ignoring things that are racist makes a person suspect. I mean, for me, for instance, Elon Musk, probably out of everybody. I mean, people say things about Trump where they believe he's intolerant, and he's said and done a few things that I've played on the program. But Elon Musk, wow. I mean, Elon Musk has only been in politics less than 2 months. And he's done a whole lot of stuff that people got to go out of their way to deny is racist. I mean, rehired a racist staffer. He's offering the white folks that are perpetrators of apartheid a refugee status in America. What else did he told the folks over in Germany that it's time, time has passed, that they feel guilty for the Holocaust and shit. By the way, he retweeted somebody who stated that Adolf didn't even cause the Holocaust. That was something I was going to do a show on tonight. He also retweeted that out, that Adolf did not even cause that. He blamed it on the common German man. But he literally retweeted out that Adolf did not even involve himself in that. And then, of course, there's the whole my heart goes out to you. All of that's in 2 months. This ain't old shit. This ain't something coming back from 10 years ago. All of that stuff I just mentioned from that one guy in the last, not even 2 months, because Trump is not in office 2 months until the 20th. So he's 3 days shy of 2 months. Elon is, I'm about to call him Adolf. Elon has done all of that in 2 months. And people, no, he's okay. He don't hate anybody. Like, damn, where's all this coming from? I mean, he's done all of that in the span of 2 months. So to me, Elon, I don't know, what did they say? He walks like a duck, talks like a duck, but Elon is a cat. Elon has done a lot in 2 months to indicate that he might have a hell of a lot of intolerance in him. Will G says, but when we bring up slavery to tell them about themselves, they get offensive and say they shouldn't be judged for the sins of their ancestors. Well, that's what Elon was telling the German people, is that they should not feel guilty for the sins of their great-grandfathers. I mean, he literally told them that. Real quick before I continue on the program, I did want to respond to a few super chats from Maxwell Smart. Says, I have junkie friends, but I try to talk to them off the high. The biggest thrill for a junkie is to play, run, and find a drug. You don't encourage that. Listen, if a person's hooked on a substance, I don't generally get in the way with it, get in the way of it. I mean, it is what it is. You're a grown-ass man. I mean, I'm not a psychologist. I don't know how that works. You can get yourself hurt getting in the way of somebody's addiction. Unless it's my spouse or somebody. Look, if a friend of mine gets hooked on something, I might recommend or tell him you need to get some, but that's about it. I'm not getting in the way of that. I mean, it is what it is. Maybe I'm wrong in that area, but that's a grown-ass man. That's a grown-ass woman. They decided to do that shit. I'll recommend an 800 number or something like that to them. But for the most part, I'm not going to fight with them to help them get out of their addiction. Put myself in a bad situation. The worst thing a friend can do is take their friends on a poison run. When they are down, they think they will, when they are down, they will think of their stand-up friend that loved them. Well, I've taken people on poison runs, but somewhat of a friend, I guess somewhat. But, I was looking at it like they're going to get the shit anyway. They're gonna get the shit anyway. And plus, I was making a profit out of it. So, but I wouldn't do it normally because taking somebody on a poison run can also result in you being brought up on charges and all kinds of other shit because it was in my vehicle once they purchased it. I approve of Trump's warp speed executive orders. I don't mind warp speed executive orders if that's what the country wants. If the Senate, the House, Congress, the courts all favor it. Trump, for the most part, is doing all of this stuff unilaterally. Most of the stuff he is doing is by the stroke of a pen via executive order. I mean, how much shit has Congress been involved in? Most of the stuff that Trump is doing, he is doing by himself, and Congress is just kind of standing by letting him do it. So that ain't, I approve of a president getting a lot of shit done quick, but not like that. There's a reason why he keeps losing court cases because a lot of stuff he's doing, the courts is ruling to be unconstitutional. Now, I know if you're MAGA, you don't like courts ruling against Trump. So every judge that rules against Trump is instantly a rhino or a traitor to the country. But if what he was doing was so great, this stuff shouldn't be happening. He should be able to just do it. But the problem is he's doing a lot of things and he's not being legal when he does it. MAGA reacts. It's just the way it is. He's not doing it legally. Trump pays more taxes than everyone in this chat combined. That don't mean he's paying his proper share, though, Thomas, because he pays more. MAGA reacts. Good evening.
Damn, man. I think Michael went down the entire list from, how I keep saying they're stuck in the past. He basically listed every sin white people did from like 1960 to today. He convoluted everything. We're talking about deporting gang members, known gang members of a foreign country, and he brought up every little thing from.
How do you know without giving them? You said we're talking about deporting known gang members, and I guess I got one issue first of all. Simply being in a gang alone, to me, because for an American citizen, simply being in a gang is not a crime. I mean, we were told they were rapists and murderers. Just being in a gang does not mean you've done anything wrong at all.
What if these were Al-Qaeda members? Al-Qaeda members that were here that did nothing wrong at all.
What if they were walking down the street? What if they were walking down the streets of Nashville with swastikas? It's legal. It is legal.
No, being here is a privilege. So if they even on a green card and they're walking around with swastikas, you could revoke their green card. And these people are not even on a visa. They came here legally. They're known gang members. They're fucking tatted up with their fucking gang man. Like you're fucking branded a gang member. And usually have to earn that brand or tattoo or whatever. And these are the people that were deported. And we're talking about like we deported nuns. Did we deport nuns?
Well, first of all, I'm assuming there may be a nun or two out there with a tattoo on them. If that's all it takes is a tattoo to get you deported, where are the actual crimes?
Are the nuns you're talking about do they have gang tats?
Having a tattoo is not hurting anybody, MAGA reacts. Where's the crime? These were bad hombres that are raping and murdering, but now we're down to tattoos.
Do you know how gang tattoos work? If you put one on and you're not part of the gang will murder you. And you have to earn that. You have to earn it to get into the gang. Do you not know how gangs work? I mean, Michael apparently grew up hanging out with gang members, so he should know. And those gang members were nothing compared to these people. And again, nobody today is like on the street growing up with gang members like they did in the 80s. Again, or like he's stuck in the past. Like that's happening today. We're all inside our house playing video games.
Then if these people are so bad, what's wrong with giving them due process and proving the case being made against them?
Because them being here is a privilege. I mean, they have rights. But
what rights do they have? What rights do they have?
Privilege.
If they don't have the right to due process, what you said they have rights? Give me some rights they actually have.
Rights not to be tortured, right?
Jesus, you start all the way. Torture? Really?
Right to speak freely. They can speak and say whatever they want. They can just do it.
No, they can't. You don't have the right to speak and say whatever you want because you just made it clear. If you say the wrong thing, we'll deport you.
That's not what I know. How did you get to that? I was talking about them being part of a gang.
The guy who got deported that was at Columbia University, that's for what he said.
First of all, he's not deported. He's in Louisiana waiting for his due process. He's waiting for a hearing in front of a judge to decide.
Does he live in Louisiana?
Well, they're fucking judge shopping, just like the fucking left did it. They're judge shopping, but that's why they put him in Louisiana. Because they expect to get a better judge there.
If you say something and all of a sudden you're in a state 1,000 miles away, then clearly you don't have the right to say that. He is in custody, so he clearly does not have free speech rights.
Yeah, he's got the free speech right. We're not denying him.
Wait. He's in custody. Why are you saying he has free speech rights? What he said, he is now under arrest for saying it. He doesn't have free speech rights. He's in custody for it.
Again, he can say it all he wants. He can just say it from his country. Being in this country is a privilege. How many times do I have to say that?
So then I'm asking you, what rights do immigrants in this country have?
They have the right to do whatever they like. But if they piss off the government, then they could have their privilege of being in America revoked.
What is your definition of a right?
Like, if they were going to jail for something they said, I would be with you. But they're not going to jail. They're going back to their home country. And they're having a hearing about it. Maybe the judge, most likely the judge won't take the government's side.
You're not making.
They on a visa, and he ended up having.
You're not making sense. You're saying that they have a right to say or do whatever they want, but if they don't do something right, they get deported to their home country. Then they don't have the right to do it. If you're penalizing me for something, then I didn't have the right to do that. So I'm asking you again, what rights do they have where they won't be penalized for it?
What are we talking about penalized?
We're talking about, well, if you kick the person out of the country, that's a punishment.
If I was staying at your house, if I was living at your house, right? And I have the right to live and be free and speak my mind, and you get pissed at something I say, don't you have the right to kick me out of your house if I say something wrong, if I insult you or insult your wife?
Which means you don't have the right to say that in my house. If you say it in my house, I don't want you here. You don't have the right to say that in my house.
I have the right to say it, but you have the right to kick me out of your house just as well.
What rights do they have that do not include discipline? Like, you could walk down the street talking about how much you liked Adolf, and there will be no punishment by the government for you saying that. What rights do they have where there will not be any punishment by the government for doing it?
There's never such a,
you can say none. You can actually say none.
In a way, none. In a way, a lot of stuff. Like, you're like convoluting things. We're talking about
convoluting. I asked you a simple question. What rights do they have where they won't be punished for? How is that convoluting? That's a pretty simple question.
You have the right to do whatever you like.
Without punishment.
That right does not mean you're going to lose certain privileges. Like, you have the right to drink alcohol, but if you drink and drive, you can lose your driving privileges because driving is not a right.
What right does immigrants have where they can do where they will not be punished? That's a very simple question.
It's honestly not. It could be all the rights in the world. It could be none because it's a privilege.
What? That is not a very simple answer. What the hell does that mean?
If we're talking about going to jail, they have the right to do whatever they like as far as avoiding jail. But if we're talking about being here in the country, they have to respect our country.
You know to me, it sounds like you gave a million different words for one simple word: none.
Because
none. That is the answer. None. What rights? Jail. None.
You're convoluting like jail and going to jail for speaking.
I said punishment. I said punishment. I just simply said punishment. Hold on. Punishment could be a fine. It could be deportation. It could be incarceration. Punishment. What rights do they have where they will not be punished?
Specific punishment. You have to we have to go one punishment at a time.
No, we don't. No, we don't. What can they do without being punished? You don't have to go one punishment. What are you doing? What are you saying?
Look, they could do whatever they like. They could say whatever they like without being punished, except for their privilege of being in the country. So they're not going to get fined for speaking their mind. They're not going to go to jail for speaking their mind. They're not going to get hurt or anything for speaking their mind. But they could lose the privilege of being in this country.
Is losing the privilege of being in this country?
The privilege to drive all the time.
Is losing the privilege of being in this country, is that a punishment?
I mean, yes. So same as losing the privilege to drive.
Okay. All right. That's all I was asking you.
Privilege to have a gun. So, like, what are we...
So, in other words, when I ask you what rights do they have where they won't be punished, the answer is none.
Yeah, because punish is such a broad word. I mean, they could be punished just by being shunned by other people.
By the government. I said by the government. I said by the government doesn't shun you. I said by the government.
Okay. All right. I mean, they're not being punished. They're being deported. They're being.
And that's not punishment. Being deported is not punishment.
That's losing the privilege of being here.
Is it a punishment, though?
And that happens to them, that's a different story.
If they get deported, is that a punishment?
In a way, yes. It's a loss of their privilege, which is the punishment is loss of their privilege.
You do realize when you get deported, you're put in handcuffs, you're temporarily put in a cell. You do realize all of that's happening part of that. And you're trying to make it sound like that's not a punishment. You are temporarily incarcerated. You're thrown in jail until they complete the process. And you're trying to make it somehow sound like this is not a punishment.
Well, they're being forced to do it. They have actually, you were talking about this the other day. The Trump government, they made a website where you could sign in and they'll deport you and pay for your ticket without being in handcuffs and any of that stuff.
No, if you actually go to their website and self-deport, when you're in their custody, they're going to still treat you like you're under arrest. You're not going to be riding behind a border agent with your hands free to move around or getting on an aircraft and you're free to. If you're in their custody, you're treated like an inmate.
You're probably right. I should have even brought that
up. Yeah. So you're being punished.
That just has to do with security. It's the price you pay for a free ride home.
Okay. Punishment is the price you pay for a free ride home.
Okay. The punishment is you're losing a privilege here. And the what's the word? The requirement for losing a privilege is not the same as losing a right.
I don't even know where to go.
You have to do you have to commit a felony to lose a right. To lose a privilege, you just have to, if you can't see, you can lose your driving privilege.
Aren't you the one I always have to bring up the sit and spin every time I talk to?
What's up?
The sit and spin, the 1970s toy where you sit on it and you spin around. You the sit and spin.
I don't bring it up.
Yeah,
I don't want to talk about any of this. I had a whole list of other shit I want to talk to you about.
I don't have a lot, of time, but what else was on your mind? What else was on your mind? Because you just spinning your ass off on this.
No, initially, where we started off is you guys are there's no Venezuelan gangs roaming Colorado and fucking with people. And where did we find these people if there's no Venezuelan gangs in the United States?
Well, that's a good question. When you're giving people no due process, you can literally grab any brown person you want and say, well, we just found one over here. It ain't like he gonna be able to tell his story. I'm sure some of these people will swear up and down they had nothing to do with a gang. I bet all of them don't even have tattoos. I mean, they get no due process. So you can literally find any border patrol can literally find any brown person they want and grab them up if they only have if they're not a full American citizen, if they have anything up to permanent residency, because you can get you a permanent residency too, anything from permanent residency on down to being an illegal immigrant, they can grab any of them folks and deport them because they don't have a court date. So they're not going to get a chance to prove that you made that shit up. MAGA, people like you are going to believe it.
No, if we've already proven if they're a permanent resident, they have to have a court date because
that ain't true. That is not true. In fact, I I made a video about a woman that did not get a court. They don't even have to get a court date if they're a permanent resident.
And she was a green card holder.
Yeah, they're getting hell. The guy we're talking about now, that the Colombian, the guy that was on the campus of Columbia,
The Hamas guy.
he has a green card. He has permanent residency, and he has got no due process. He has been incarcerated for several days with no due process. He hasn't been charged with a crime or anything. He has a green card and permanent residency. Look what they're doing to him.
He has a court date. There is due process. He has a court date. He's going to be in front of a judge, and the judge's going to decide whether we can kick him out or not. There is due process coming.
I'm not for certain that what they're doing is even giving him due process.
That's why they put him in Louisiana. Why do you think they moved him to Louisiana?
He hasn't even been. He hasn't been charged with a single crime. Nothing. They're holding a man.
He's not being charged with a crime. If we charge for a crime, we have to keep him in prison
You
or jail
can't.
here.
He is in prison. He is incarcerated. He's been detained. He's not free to move around, and he has no charge. He is in custody. He is in custody with no charges for at least a week or more now. He has no charges on him at all, and yet he's incarcerated.
Listen, this is an immigration detainment. The government wants to get rid of his green card, and he's going to go in front of a judge, and the government has to prove that this guy did enough to violate the laws to lose his green card. But they're not trying to put him in jail, so he doesn't have any criminal charges.
He's in jail now. He is currently in jail now.
Yes, he's waiting. He's waiting to be seen by a judge. Why isn't he in freaking in Palestine or wherever he's from? He's waiting to be seen by a judge to determine if the government has the right to remove him from the country.
No one has been known to be held in jail with no charges. He's in jail. Somebody say, "What you here for?" I'm not charged with anything.
Anybody the government needs to deport, they put him in jail. They don't let you roam the grounds until your deport date.
Yeah, I just.
The one thing I did I remember now, the thing I wanted to mention with the judges, with the lower judges, I just hate the fact that lower judges could put a brake on things the president's doing. I feel like they should decide if it's worthy enough to be sent to a court. And the higher court should put a stop.
Then why have them there then? Then why even have a lower court judge? If they have no power, is what you're saying, then why even have them there?
Their power, I mean, they're supposed to decide on lower things that have to do with like smaller municipalities, smaller, things that the starts at the bottom. They're
so you're saying all presidential cases should immediately go straight to the Supreme Court?
Not quite. They should go to the lower court. The lower court is like the guard dogs. Like they're the people at the gate. They decide if you should go through the gate. And then the people in the middle decide if we should put a pause on this, or we should cancel it, or we should move it up. If they decide to move it up, they could.
So all they doing is just
like the lower court does.
So does
I want to give the power of the lower court to the middle, and I just want the lower court to be just a doorway to get through, to get to the middle.
So so all of a sudden somebody sues President Trump for doing something they believe is unconstitutional. So all the lower court does is just become a doorway. They don't even rule on it or anything.
I mean, by moving it up is them ruling on it. I just don't like the fact.
That's not ruling on it.
I don't like it with Biden too. That the lower court, like you just judge shop, go to a judge that will agree with you, and put a stop on major things. And that goes for both sides. I didn't like it with Obama. I didn't like it with Biden. I don't like it with Trump.
You're talking about judge shopping. When you got a 6-3 majority on the Supreme Court, he's judge shopping with them. I mean, even if it goes to the upper court,
That's just how the top is set up. Like, you have no other choice. Judge shopping, if there was another Supreme Court and they were pushing things to the other Supreme Court to get their way, that would be judge shopping.
I don't like the idea of you saying the president should get different powers with the courts than you or I. The lower court is there for a reason. Otherwise, the Supreme Court under President Trump would be bogged down.
Yeah. You like the idea of the lower court stopping the president, like the top of the executive, is being stopped by the bottom of the court?
I like the system to run the same way it does for you or I, to run the same way for him. You or I could get stopped by the lower court. Why the hell does he get a pass?
Because we don't run the country. We're not running. We're not. Again, Trump as a person is not the same as the president of the United States.
That doesn't mean just because you run the country. That doesn't mean just because you run the country, you get to skip courts. I mean, I could not disagree any stronger. If what you're doing is right, you got the law on your side. The lower courts will see that too. I mean, you're not going to escape activist judges by going up the level. An activist judge could be at any level of court.
But the lower courts gets overruled all the time, and you're basically right now we have the bottom messing with the top. You have like the guy at the door messing with the CEO of the company. Like, don't you think you should wait till you get to the middle to decide whether the CEO's order should be canceled, or should the guy at the door decide whether we should put a pause
I think it should go the same way it's been going. The only difference between what you're saying is you believe because Trump is running the country, he should get to skip over courts. I don't buy that.
Same with any other president. I didn't like it with Obama. I didn't like it with Biden.
Whatever. I don't believe the president should get to skip over courts that you or I would have to go to. I don't buy that. I mean,
we're not running the country. We're one person.
It doesn't. Running the country shouldn't.
We're not talking about the president, the person. We're talking
running
about
the country doesn't give you. Running the country should not give you the right to skip over the system. Just because you're running the country, then run it right, and you won't need to go to court. I don't buy that you should get to skip over the system.
Things are great, and they need to be decided by the Supreme Court.
No. Look, what you do,
it's a stall. You're stalling things.
How does America benefit? How does America benefit by letting him skip over courts?
I'm not even asking you to skip the entire court system. I'm just saying skip the bottom, let the middle decide. So at least the people.
How does America benefit by letting them skip the bottom?
Then you can't judge shop anymore. It's going to be a lot harder to judge shop.
Bullshit. The middle judges can be. You can be an activist judge at every level. Clarence Thomas is a damn activist judge. You can be an active judge at every level. What are you talking about?
I think it should at least be the middle that does it, because the bottom putting a stop to things that Biden wanted to do, things that Obama wanted to do, things that Trump wanted to do, it never sat right with me.
And you never heard of people accusing the liberals of judge shopping the Ninth Circuit in California. Exactly. That's the middle courts. Exactly. You can judge shop the middle level too.
I know, but I at least want to stop it at the bottom. I would like to stop it in the middle, but that's too much.
So you're essentially
stop it at the bottom. If you want to stop it in the middle, I agree with you. I want to stop judge shopping altogether.
You're not going to ever when you got Clarence Thomas's wife on the phone with Trump during the whole stop and steal, that's at the upper level.
You're talking about judge shopping. You're talking about how unfair the Supreme Court is. Those are two different subjects.
No. If when Trump takes shit to the Supreme Court, we're all expecting that there's a greater likelihood the Supreme Court is going to rule in his favor than not. You can judge shop even at the very top. You're not eliminating judge shopping by cutting courts out.
No, that's not judge shopping. There's no other judge to go to. There's
all right, I don't even know what you're talking about at this point. All right, I gotta move it on, but
where else is he gonna take it to? Like, I agree that the Supreme Court.
You're not gonna get me to agree that levels.
Yes.
You're not gonna get me to agree that levels of the court should be taken out for Trump or for any president. I'm not gonna agree with that.
For all of them, get rid of the bottom for all of them. Let at least the middle decide these things.
And I've already made it clear to you. I don't see how America benefits at all by doing that, because judge shopping can be done at every level. You're not stopping that by cutting out courts. I just don't buy it. I got to move it on.
You're preventing at least a quarter of it. You're eliminating a lot of bureaucracy. I mean, a lot of Trump's doing is eliminating bureaucracy, and that's what I'm against.
All right.
So I'm eliminating a third of it. There's still going to be 2/3, and it's eliminating a third is better than not eliminating all of it.
It's a bunch of gibberish. I got to go. That makes no sense to me. It makes absolutely. I mean, so the president gets to eliminate the courts and the citizens don't. I mean, that makes no sense to me at all. Anyway, let me go on with the program. Tim Reacts always says he will donate. What it says, he will donate people he disagrees with. Put me on. Let me go straight to the box. That is. Sean, are you there? Maybe not. I was about to bring him up. This man doesn't want the Bill of Rights, and he is talking about something that don't make sense. And that's the way I took it as well. Is that some folks are favorable of cutting out some of the Constitution, some of the Bill of Rights, if it helps Trump's agenda. I do believe there are people. I mean, the whole no due process thing is a clear-cut example of that, because maybe I'm wrong, and I hope I'm wrong with this, but I do believe that if we're going to overlook getting rid of certain rights for immigrants, it probably won't be hard to convince folks to get rid of rights of certain groups of Americans as well. If you're okay with doing it to them, keep in mind, immigrant or not, that person is still a human being. So if you're okay with getting rid of this for them, all you gotta do is convince you that some other group of people are bad people, and it'll be okay getting rid of rights for them. Keep in mind, Trump is talking about giving police immunity, not putting your hand behind your head when you put them in a police car. It's okay to bump their head up against the car or something like that. He's talking about stopping frisk. All that stuff is violating the rights of Americans. They have nothing to do with immigrants. Americans are okay with that. I'm not institutions that are okay with that. So this is what I'm talking about when I say that if you're okay with overlooking rights being denied to immigrants, it probably won't be hard to convince you to overlook rights happening, rights being taken away from certain citizens. Because those are, you're taking away rights. When you start talking about getting rid of, bring back stopping frisk, okay, there goes my Fourth Amendment right. You just got rid of that. Because that was giving me a right against unwarranted searches and seizures. What we think crime will be brought down if we temporarily suspend your Fourth Amendment right. If we just allow the police to start patting you down, even though you've done nothing wrong. I'm already slowly lose rights, and I'm an American when you favor this kind of stuff. And I've had plenty of conversations with MAGA that are okay with that. And I truly believe folks who are willing to overlook taking away rights from immigrants, it won't be hard to convince a lot of them that it's okay to take rights away from Americans if you can justify it one way or another. Such as if a person comes out of prison, they got felonies on their record. Start removing certain rights. They already don't have some rights to be a felon, but start taking more of them away. But we are judged by where we live, hair, and who we're around. There's a lot of that will. MAGA ain't shit. That says Bill G. Where is the mob from? The Italian mob, and the mob tends to be more Caucasian groups. And I don't think anybody's ever deemed the mob as a terrorist outfit. But they are doing it to BLM. They're doing it to immigrants. We'll see how far that progresses. So we were right about Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth's tax. That's a good question to be made. When folks are suggesting that, what do you call it? The MS-13, what is MS-13, and the gang members wearing tattoos. Folks were suggesting that Pete Hegseth, his tattoos were in reference to some white supremacist outfit. I did a show on it, and I couldn't verify that. In fact, when I did the show on it, I came to the conclusion that his tattoos were not, because there are other, well, some of his tattoos were military, and some of them were religious. So I came to the conclusion that his tattoos were not part of a white supremacist group, but some have a difference of opinion. And that was for Pete Hegseth, by the way. Looking in the comments real quick before I move on. I didn't know I had missed so many comments. Tim, stop the cap, says Draco. Self-deportation or not cuffed. I don't buy that. If I turn let's say I'm in Chicago and I'm deemed an illegal immigrant. So I walk up to border security or one of what is the guy's name? I can't think of his name again. The border czar, Tom Homan. I walk up to one of his men in Chicago and I tell him I want to self-deport. You're going to tell me when they take me into custody in Chicago, all the way to the point where they get me back to my home country, I will never see a pair of handcuffs or leg shackles? I don't buy that. Yeah, you're going to get cuffed. And I see Draco saying you're not going to get cuffed. Yeah, you are. You turn yourself in and they got to keep you in their custody till they get you home. They're not going to just let you be free. You're not going to be, like I said, you're not going to be riding in some kind of van or getting on some kind of plane and you're free to move around. They're just not going to let you do that. You're going to be cuffed and probably shackled for sure if you're on an aircraft. I definitely think you got that one wrong. Looking in the comments, terrorists do not have to be given due process. It's not unconstitutional to deport terrorists without due process. Well, the problem with that is you can deem anybody a terrorist. That's the problem, is that if I don't like you, gang member, we know Trump calls BLM a terrorist. I mean, BLM consists of people, BLM may consist of a bunch of teenagers. Well, in some cities, there's been riots and fires. So it doesn't matter if you're having a peaceful BLM protest, in the middle of Rhode Island. Your group has been deemed a terrorist outfit. So God knows what could happen to you for that. They could move in and start grabbing people. So you're saying that, terrorists can be deported without due process. We were told that terrorists were tended to be people who were blowing up shit, who were literally causing the people that are deeming terrorists now are just, you belong to a group. You got a tattoo on you. You're walking down the street yelling BLM. They've really lowered the threshold of who might be deemed a terrorist. You got people that are terrorists that ain't done nothing wrong. You just happen to be part of a group all of a sudden. They're lowering the threshold of who can get caught up in this shit and increasing the punishment for those who do get caught up in it. Looking at the comment, the only ignorant people are the ones who are really enjoying what Donald Trump is doing. They are enjoying. I don't want to say they're totally ignorant. I think that folks are true believers. Like I said, I think that MAGA believes what Trump says at face value. So I'm going to be honest with you. If I thought people were coming here to rape and murder everybody, I would want something serious to happen to them as well. I'd want to get them out of the country. I wouldn't care if they had due process or not either. Well, I want them to have due process. First, let me just be clear. I don't find it right to do anything without due process. I don't care if it's Americans, if it's illegal immigrants, whatever the case may be. If you're doing stuff and you're not giving people due process, you're grabbing innocent people. It's plain and simple. The less a person has to fight on their behalf, the more likely you're going to grab people that does not deserve to be grabbed. Same thing with capital punishment. A lot of folks say it's really ridiculous that the taxpayers got to pay for somebody on death row for 10, 15 years. Why don't we do it right away? Well, because sometimes in the span of 10 or 15 years, people come forward and admit this guy didn't do it. But if you had taken him out in a week or two, you would probably kill the wrong person. More due process guarantees that when you do execute a sentence, it's likely to be more accurate. The quicker you do something, and I don't care if it's in the criminal justice system or if you're just making a wood product, the quicker you do something, the more likely you are to make mistakes. You start doing shit real fast with no due process, you're going to be grabbing people. There's going to be people that are being grabbed that do not deserve to be grabbed that ain't doing nothing wrong. Guaranteed that's going to happen. You know what I think is going to likely happen? The same thing, by the way, with the federal government employees being fired, and I'm bringing them up because I said on yesterday's show, just like Elon Musk with the chainsaw, he's also doing things real quick. If Trump gets replaced by a liberal, I sincerely believe America's going to come up off of billions of dollars paying people back that were wronged, paying people back that got treated wrong. You will probably end up finding Americans or innocent people that have been deported to other countries. Some may have lost their lives in the process. Elon Musk is clearly firing people illegally. If you get a liberal to replace Trump, that liberal is likely to try to make things right in some of those areas. Firing people that's got union contracts without cause and referring to it as the person lacked merit or the person lacked performance and they have never had a performance review. The liberals is actually going to give those people a chance to go to court and have due process to show I've never had a performance review, so this letter of termination that says I was fired for performance is bullshit. The liberals will give that person a chance to have their day in court. The right is not. So that's why I'm saying that I do believe that if Trump is replaced by a liberal, America is likely to have to repay billions of dollars back to people that have been wronged, whether it's people in the federal government or people caught up in this deportation process. Because in both cases, they're doing stuff so rapidly, there is no doubt innocent people are being harmed by this. Guaranteed, everybody getting fired are not poor performers, and everybody getting deported are not rapists and murderers and criminals. They're doing too much too quick. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, looking in the comments, Satan is a Democrat, says Ghostface. Yikes. It's easy to prove you're a citizen. Why would anyone be deported that isn't a citizen? Well, right now, when you're not having, without you having due process, any Karen could call in. Any Karen could call in and say, you were at the playground scoping kids. You broke in my shed. I came home, my shed is empty, and there's 3 guys sitting on the porch next door. They got MS-13. I mean, you don't have due process. So when the police or the border patrol show up, if I can convince them and they arrest you, that's the end of you. You're not going to have your day in court. You're gone. So any Karen could do that. Anybody could do that. All you have to do is convince the right cop. You got to assume that they're in some neighborhoods. There's immigrants that the police don't like. So it wouldn't surprise me if local beat cops and all of them are going to be grabbing people up. I mean, it ain't like you're going to get a day in court to say what I did was wrong. They'd rather put them on a plane and send them out of here. So, yeah, when you do something quick, you make mistakes. But in this case, I don't even know if it's a mistake because MAGA kind of wants these people to be kicked out without due process. MAGA will be the son of God if he were living here. Huh? Oh, you said MAGA would deport the son of God if he was living here. Well, yeah, he doesn't have, yeah. I can see that. Let me go back to the box. I can definitely see that. Texas. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Why do Dems support criminals? Pizza lover, I don't support criminals, but without due process, I'm not going to buy it. I'm not going to automatically buy that everybody Trump or the right is saying is a criminal is. If you got a criminal in your hand, why are you afraid to get a due process? Why are you afraid to prove he's actually a criminal? When you take away his due process, to me, that looks wrong. Texas, good evening.
What's up, Tim?
Oh man, rough day, man. What do you think? Do you agree with this? You know, if a person is deemed to be a criminal, deemed to be violent, it's okay to just deport them without them having a say in it?
Well, I mean, is there going to be some broken eggs along the way? Yeah, there probably is. So I'm not going to sit here and argue with you that some people that aren't necessarily as bad as the media is trying to portray them to be or not portray them to be are going to end up getting wrapped up in this whirlwind that's going on right now.
Why not give them due process?
I think it's necessary steps.
Why not give them due process? What's wrong with due process?
Because one major issue that is crazy to me, you know, all these lefts that say, you know, the right doesn't know the judicial system, the prison system. What's backlogged right now?
Well, everything's going to be backlogged with you guys on a firing spree. So, the right is causing the backlog.
It was already that way. No, Tim, it was already that way before.
So you're saying it was already that way before? You're saying it was already that way before. Do you think the termination of so many people is helping the cause?
So you think adding 13 million or whatever?
You didn't answer my question.
They're going to try to do.
You didn't answer my question
because you haven't let me make my point yet. You're going to try to pivot by changing your stance and asking a different question, and I'm not going to let you do that. The whole point is that we cannot sit here and give due process to people on visas, whether they're even residents, because they sign an agreement that they're going to uphold the law, right? Mm-hmm. They're not going to get in any trouble, and they're not going to associate with terrorist organizations, right? And they're also going to have to what? Hold gainful employment.
So if a person says
and that is what the left is jumping on.
No. So if a person says I was coming home from work and they just grabbed me, meaning I'm gainfully employed and I didn't do anything wrong, and he says they just grabbed me.
Heard it happen. I haven't seen an incident where
How do
that's
you?
happened.
But how do you haven't seen it? You don't know because the person is gone
because
already.
The left would be hanging those receipts out, Tim. If you had those receipts, they would be on the news.
Wait a minute, hold on. No. What you said makes no sense. If I'm walking home from work and I get grabbed and deported to El Salvador, the left doesn't have access to me, so the left can't point it out either. I literally just disappeared off the face of the earth.
Many of their families are still here, of people that are getting deported, and
they are speaking out.
There's plenty of ways investigatively to find out if someone's getting deported when they shouldn't have been.
How? I'm being serious. Let me set it up and I'll let you respond.
How? I'm sorry you didn't listen to what I was saying.
How?
There's still. You would see their families on TV saying, my daughter got deported and she didn't do anything wrong.
And you would believe that.
She was a citizen. And I would believe it? Yeah, why wouldn't I?
So if the family of an immigrant is on TV saying that my family member was wrongfully deported, you would believe that family member?
I would give them the benefit of the doubt. I'd say, hey, we need to listen to them and see. And I'm saying it could happen.
But what good does that do if they're already? But what good does it do if that person is already out of the country?
Well, you can get back in the country. Have you known anybody that's gotten deported? I have.
You're telling me that the person they're giving no due process. Hold on. You're telling me that they gave a person no due process. They've deported them already, but their families on TV saying they were wrongfully deported, and somehow you believe the Trump administration is going to go to El Salvador and bring them back.
I believe that once we can get our immigration system in order, that we'll start getting those people that were misplaced improperly back into the. How long is it going to be? I don't know. But I believe that what the government's trying to do is fix the problem at the border. Look, you can laugh all you want.
It's funny. I gotta admit, it's funny.
Biden and saying that there wasn't a problem at the border, so you looked really dumb.
You're
just
suggesting
a couple years ago when there wasn't a problem at the border, but now you can't deny that there isn't.
The funny thing is,
I find hypocrisy.
You're suggesting that Trump is suggesting there's like millions of people here that are illegal. You're talking about, well, once we get the problem fixed, we'll go and try to. That ain't ever gonna happen under Trump. You're gonna be chasing illegals the whole term. That is, whoever got wrongfully deported, they're never coming back under Trump.
Because you haven't seen anybody that's been deported. You probably don't know any immigrants, or anybody with a residency or earned their citizenship. I do. Like my cousin owns a landscaping business. Most of his workers are on work visas. They have to show gainful employment. He goes to the border and picks them up. Tim. Mm-hmm. Okay, they're not in fear, regardless of what the left media is trying to spin out there. They're not in fear that they're going to get hemmed up by ICE and that. Have not come to one job site of my cousins, and ICE has not shown up. I know a contractor buddy of mine, same situation. They're doing carpentry, they're doing drywall, sheetrock, tile, all here on work visas. None of them are afraid to go to work, Tim. Because they're not getting harassed.
Okay,
but
so all of these towns, right? all of these places, these farms that are essentially vacant because people are not showing up for work. You ain't heard nothing about any of that, huh?
I'm not saying that some people aren't
scared, right. Some people
probably. Hold on, Tim. But most of them probably were here on expired visas and have a reason to be worried. Because if you're here on an expired visa. If I was to go to Switzerland, I'd have to show gainful employment, or I'd have to show an income that would sustain me living there. And I have to check in and do that in order to become a citizenship. Same thing goes for immigrants here.
No, that's not true.
So why is it okay for Switzerland to do it, but not the United States?
Let me tell you where you got two things you're wrong. First of all, as somebody who actually migrated to another country, and I knew a lot of people from Papua New Guinea and Fiji that were getting into Australia illegally. They get due process. That's the first thing. When they kick you out of Australia, you get due process. Second thing is they don't send you into some wild prison in a foreign country where they're damn near doing things inhumane. Currently, right now, with us sending people to this prison in El Salvador, if you enter America illegally, we treat you worse than any other free first world country on earth right now. No other first world country sends you to a place like that. If you enter, people enter every first world country on earth illegally.
Hold on.
Now, one country does that.
You haven't shown me one person that's there that deserves not to be there.
Even if they deserve to be there, my statement still stands true. Even if you go illegally into Germany or France or somebody in France or some country and commits a violent felony, they don't send you to a place like what's in El Salvador. Where we send only you got to go to North Korea somewhere to do something and get sent to a place like that. What we're sending them is worse than any first world country does to illegal immigrants. We've reached the bottom with that.
And that's a big part of that is to blame of the ignoring of the border problem for the last 4 years that has amplified this mess. So this amplified mess is going to get even messier in order to clean it up. But you want to blame the current administration 100% on that, but hold no accountability to the previous. And I'm not talking about just the last administration, but even Trump's first one, Obama's two, George Bush's, they were all not. Let's try to change our immigration policy, revamp it, and make it work right. So don't put all the blame right now and sit here and say this is being caused by Trump. It's an inflation.
I don't think anything you're saying. I don't think anything you're saying requires not giving people due process. Everything you're saying needs to be fixed. I don't see where you need to take away people's due process to do any of the problems you complained about. Taking away people's due process allows you to do things without accountability. That's what I see. That way, if you fuck up, nobody can hold you accountable for it. I don't see where you need to take away due process for human beings. That's all I'm saying.
I'm saying if they're getting them here and they're on expired visas or even current visas and they've created, committed misdemeanors or felonies, yeah, you're gone. And that would be anywhere you go in the world as an immigrant. But if I went to Switzerland and was there on a visa and I lost my job and I failed to show that I didn't have gainful employment and still didn't have gainful employment when I went to renew my visa, they would deny me and deport me back home. What due process would I have? Could I not argue, hey, that I was unfairly fired from my job?
No, you can argue.
No, you're going to just...
If you come into a country and you commit a crime and they have you up for deportation, you can argue that I did not commit that crime and defend yourself in court if you have due process. If you don't have due process, anybody that accuses you of something, you're automatically treated as if you're guilty. That's the problem. You don't have any ability to fight for yourself in a system with no due process. Anything that is put on you sticks as if it's fact. That's why I'm not a fan of that.
And I mean, I guess you're not going to be a fan of it, and that's probably why you didn't, support Trump in that area. Right. I can respect that you don't agree with it, and I can understand why you don't agree with it. And nothing's going to be said to you to change your mind. I'm not going to try to change your mind. But what I'm going to tell you is, you're looking at one administration as a problem when it's years past. My buddy that was deported, that was back in 2009. Who was the president then?
What was your buddy deported for?
He got a DUI.
Did he get due process?
He was 4 years in. Nope. He was 4 years in to his residency. He had 1 more year to get his citizenship. Got pulled over, got a DUI, was arrested for it. They told him, you're going to get deported. You've been arrested. It doesn't matter if you're found guilty or not. And so he ran. Like, he didn't even wait to get hooked up because he didn't know where they were going to send him. And where were the liberals crying then, Tim? But you're all up in harm's way.
I can answer that real easy. I can answer that real easy.
Scary orange.
That one, yeah, you're right, big bad scary orange man. The answer to that is simple. Just like when Obama was separating families and putting kids in cages, where were the liberals? The difference is Trump is bragging about this shit. That's why people are going after him more, is because he's making it known that he's doing it and taking pleasure. A lot of people didn't know Obama was doing it because the Republicans were saying Obama was for open borders. So people didn't know he was doing that stuff. Under Trump is making it clear that, yeah, I'm not giving people due process. I'm not giving people rights. If the liberals was doing that, the ACLU and many, just like when Biden was siding with the Israelis over the Palestinians. Look how the liberals came out and held the liberals accountable. Kamala Harris could not even hold a rally without liberals interrupting it. So it ain't like the liberals don't hold other liberals accountable. They didn't know the shit you're bringing up. Trump is making it clear, I'm going to tell you, you don't have due process. That is why Orange Man is bad.
So Obama's innocent because he hit it better.
I don't think you heard a word I just said.
No, you lost credibility with me when you can't admit when one side does it wrong, but the other side does too. You're still one-sided. I understand what you're saying.
And I repeat the statement I just made. You didn't hear a word I just said. You went right to Obama is innocent when I made it clear to you that they interrupt liberals all the time when liberals do shit wrong. The only reason that they didn't go after Obama is because the right convinced them that Obama wasn't doing it. He was for open borders. That's what the right was saying when Obama
and
was.
You're saying we didn't know what was going on. That's why we weren't mad about it.
Yeah,
I get it. So
yeah.
Obama,
But that don't mean he was innocent.
He was better at keeping it a secret. That's all I responded with.
No, you responded by saying he was innocent. I didn't say nothing about that.
I said he's not bad.
No, you said he was innocent. You used the word. You used the word innocent.
Okay.
Well, you didn't use that word.
I'll say. I don't remember what I mean. You're digging into words now, Tim, trying to hold on to any validity that you can get.
Did you say that Obama was innocent? As you just said, you don't even remember what you said.
He's innocent because he got away with it. Yeah, you don't want to talk about Obama because we didn't know then. You know, the right made us believe he had an open border. We didn't know it was happening, so it's irrelevant. No, it's still relevant, Tim. That's my whole point. It still happened.
But I go back to the original thing. What is making you say? What is making you say it's irrelevant? Where, just like the innocent one, where are you getting these words from?
You're saying it's irrelevant.
I did.
You're saying it's irrelevant.
How did I say it?
By saying, well, we didn't know it was happening, and that's in the past. That's what you'll always say.
So what are you suggesting right now? That we go chastise Biden for what he did, or Obama rather for what he did 10 years ago? What are you saying?
What I'm saying is we have an administration now that is trying to circumvent the problem that the open border has created, and there's going to be some broken eggs. You have yet to even bring receipts or any proof that there's any broken eggs so far, but I'm willing to say, yeah, there's going to be some, and we have to trust the process instead of sitting here jumping to the conclusion that these far left propagandists
ain't nobody
are pushing,
gonna do that.
Everybody's going to start getting deported. Like your boy Mopey Mike got on here and wanted to talk about the Brown University professor and telling people to read the facts. In that article from NBC in the second paragraph, she went to the funeral of the Hezbollah terrorist leader. Okay, so why is she going to the funeral to a Hezbollah terrorist leader? Yeah. So
you're telling me, wait, hold on. You're telling me that if a person goes to the funeral of a bad guy, they should be punished for that? The funeral?
If you are sympathizing with terrorist organizations of this country, yeah, goodbye, see ya. That was established with the Patriot Act back when? When was the Patriot Act established, Tim? I know you were alive then.
Yeah, during the Bush administration.
So this, again, a Bush administration, Bush put this into effect, but now it's a problem, right?
So going to somebody's funeral can get you deported?
A terrorist leader of a large terrorist group. Hezbollah is a large terrorist group in the Middle East. Why are you going to his funeral?
So then let me.
That is suspicious.
So then let me ask you this: Now that Trump, hold on. You're going in a million different directions. You're going in a million directions. I don't know. Okay. Let me hold on. Look. If you got your own show, let me know. I'm trying to have a conversation with you, but I'm asking you, you're talking about going to the funeral of a terrorist. Trump has called both BLM and the cartels terrorists. There's a lot of Americans that know BLM members. If Trump is calling the BLM a terrorist outfit, what are you saying that should happen to anybody that go to the funeral of somebody in BLM?
Same thing that should happen if someone went to the terrorist group of the white supremacists, Aryan Brotherhood, KKK. They should be watched and seen if they are part of those terrorist organizations.
And we're not losing any rights.
You don't talk about that, though, do you?
And we're not losing any rights, huh?
We're not losing any rights?
All of a sudden, you can't go to funerals of protesters without the government. I mean, you're painting a horrible society.
It's a funeral of a terrorist group leader, Tim, not a protester. The Hezbollah leader. She went to his funeral. of a terrorist. You're sympathizing with terrorists. It's something that has been enacted over 20 years ago, but now is a problem, and now you want to sympathize with. That's where you'll never get me to agree with you.
Yeah, and I agree, because
this is those facts out.
This is
insane.
insane.
Like Big Boy Mike wants to leave that fact out. He just wants to demonize this deportation, but not share all the fact, right? Because it's the fact that she went to the funeral of the Hezbollah leader. How do you know him so well that you wanted to mourn his death? You must agree with him on a lot of issues. You must sympathize with him, right?
No, it ain't got shit to do with that. Just because you go to somebody's funeral don't mean you. If I go to your funeral, it don't mean I agree with everything you stood for. It ain't got nothing. Maybe I knew you. Maybe I actually knew who you were. Really? If I go to the funeral of a bad guy, I'm considered to be a bad person too?
I mean, if you went to the funeral of a bad guy, yeah, I'd say you probably knew that what they were doing was bad and you chose to still associate with them. I would, question your morals. Yeah, for sure.
And punish me for it.
If you're not a citizen, yeah. Because again, the important part is that the left doesn't want to talk about, you're here on a probation period. If you screw up, and again, this is something that has happened for decades and decades. This isn't just this president doing it. My buddy, personal friend of mine, deported because of DUI. Okay?
I have never heard. I've heard
he wasn't hanging out with terrorists, or he wasn't even handing out terrorist propaganda like the Columbia student.
I've heard of committing a crime, but now we've downgraded it to you went to a funeral.
That's not a downgraded crime.
You went to a funeral. You didn't commit any crime. You went to a funeral in another country, and we were watching that country.
You associated with a known terrorist group. I'm sorry you did that. You jeopardized that. She should have known that would have jeopardized her standing and her residency with the United States because of the Patriot Act. Got to know your rights. You got to know your law. You can't just like
is that written in law?
And he drank too many beers and he got behind. Yes, it's the Patriot Act, Tim. Just like my buddy, it's no different than the DUI, right? He got behind that wheel, knowing he was over the legal limit, and risked it, and blew his fucking chance here. And he didn't blame anybody but himself. He didn't blame Obama.
Getting a DUI as opposed to going to a funeral, you're making it sound like that if I go to your funeral, I believe everything you believe. That is, you know how many folks that if my spouse gets executed, that she's on death row, and I go to her funeral, that mean I agree with what she was doing when she was alive?
No, that's not even comparable, Tim. That is really bad. This person wasn't executed because of the due process or anything like that. They were taken out because they're a leader of a terrorist group that is actively attacking our allies and us, and went to the funeral. Don't try to
to me, I don't care.
It's not the same thing.
I'm not going to suggest that you go to somebody's funeral. That means you agree with what they agree with. That's stupid to me. It
doesn't matter, Tim. She was here on a residency. She associated it with known terrorists by going to that funeral, and a large terrorist group that is causing a lot of havoc in the Middle East right now.
Where was the funeral at?
I can't feel sorry for you.
Where was the funeral at?
I think it was in Lebanon. She was Lebanese.
So she went to Lebanon, and the United States was monitoring her when she went back to her home country and holding her accountable for what she did there.
No, she came back and said, they asked her, where have you been? She said, I went to the funeral. She admitted that she went to the funeral. She, just like the Colombian student, it was handing out known Hamas propaganda. He didn't try to change it up or anything. It was like just printed right from him. I mean, what are you doing? You're gonna
talk about giving them an incentive to lie. Damn, she told the truth and they fucked her over. Talk about giving her a reason to lie. Say honesty is the best policy. It wasn't for her.
I know. Just like my buddy got pulled over and they said, "Are you drinking anything tonight?" And he said, "Yep." And they said, "All right, well, we're gonna do a DUI test on you." Or a field sobriety test, and I told him, man, you should have never fucking.
You must have been real close to this dude. Test. You must have been real close with him.
Yeah, I never got to say bye to him. He went back, you know what I mean, and got in the cartel. And as far as I know, he's dead, man. It's a sad thing. But I like to use that as an example because
I see that
immigrants or have known anybody that gets deported. And you want to sit here and dumb it down and say, oh man, look, she did nothing but go to a funeral.
I
It
still
was a
see
funeral
that.
of a leader of a terrorist organization that's attacking our allies. I'm sorry, but you screwed up.
I still see. Well, I got to move it on, Texas. You drive a hard bargain as usual. Thanks for coming through. My door's always open to you, man.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on with the program. And of course, me and him disagree, but that doesn't matter. He can come back anytime he wants. I don't believe that going to a funeral alone should automatically mean you're tied to that person. But just in his honor, for you guys that grew up in the 70s and 80s.
My buddy, my buddy, my buddy, my buddy. Wherever I go, he goes. My buddy, my buddy, my buddy, my buddy. I'll teach him everything that I know. My buddy and me, like the climb up a tree. My buddy and me, we're the best friends could be. My buddy, my buddy, my buddy, my buddy, my buddy and me.
I never heard one man say my buddy so many times. I had to give him a shout out. A little bit of my buddy there for him. Anyway, tap the screen, get the likes up to about 80,000. Man kept saying, like my buddy. Looking in the comments before we move it on, I want to make sure I didn't miss any super chat. That man said my buddy got deported for DUI. Tim Michael also lied and said she was dual citizen. She was here on a visa. I don't know. I'm not really aware of the woman that you guys are talking about, but I did see folks in the comments when Mike was on that did say she went to a funeral with Hezbollah. And like my last caller pointed out rightfully, Mike didn't bring that up. I didn't know about the woman, but even though my last caller advised me that she went to a funeral for a Hezbollah member, this is where I don't think under a liberal administration that would have got her kicked out. I just think that the right has the right's stance on immigration is almost like really nobody can come. Their stance on immigration. I do believe if things go the way that Trump and the right wants on immigration, America will probably be one of the most difficult countries to come to. And legally, by the way. And I think the excuse will be, well, we got so many people here illegally we need to get rid of that it justifies doing all this stuff, such as no due process and all of this stuff. I think that they're trying to make America one of the most difficult countries to come to. Certainly for people that might not be of certain groups, because some of the stuff that they're favoring, no other country in the free world does this stuff. I mean, some of this stuff is incredibly strict. And earlier in the live, folks talked about, and I agree with, the Democrats cannot just win on Trump bad, Orange Man bad. And I agreed that the liberals went too far to the left, which hurt them in the last election. But I did also point out it is possible for someone like Trump to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory by going too far to the right. And some of this stuff is exactly that, in my opinion. Once you start taking away people's due process and shit like that, or talking about you favor, immunity, or you favor stop and frisk, it doesn't matter who the left has at the top of the pile. You can be awful enough that people will say, well, just give us somebody. Shit, it almost happened with Kamala Harris. That's kind of what she was. Just give us somebody. And look how many votes she got. Trump is going far right on some issues. He is starting to go far right on some issues. So you want to talk about the transgender, or you want to talk about, some of the far left policies. Trump is going equally as far in the other direction. And far right is going to lose just as many people as far left is. He's not a centrist. He's not in the middle. He is far right. Looking in the comments, Entropy Corsi says, funny how they don't apply the same national thinking to the KKK and Nazis and felonious president and cabinet. There's certainly some validity to that. Certainly in regards to President Trump's felonies, they treat him like he don't have any crimes at all. Now, the notion is all of his charges were witch hunting, Biden weaponized the Department of Justice and all of that stuff. But fact is, a lot of folks, including these immigrants, get caught up in the justice system for things they didn't do, and nobody gives a damn. But all of a sudden, they believe Trump got caught up in the justice system for something they don't think he did, and suddenly he matters. But you think Trump is the only person that got railroaded by the system? If he got railroaded by the system, the Innocence Project will tell you people get out for crimes they didn't commit, often after spending decades behind bars. Damn near every month or so, they letting somebody out that's been in prison for years, if not decades, for a crime they didn't commit. You don't hear the right jump up and go ape shit about that. In fact, many of the right-wing states have passed laws that limit how much someone can actually claim in a lawsuit if they're wrongfully incarcerated. I think Kansas limited it down to, I think, a max of like 100 and some thousand bucks. I don't care how long you've been in there. I mean, some of the limits are ridiculous, where you could have served your entire life in prison and you might get a couple 100,000. I didn't hear the right say anything about that, but you think that Trump got a few wrongful charges and you're all over that. So people pick and choose. By his logic, if you're not Native American, it equals illegal. Well, I don't buy into that. You know, people say stolen land. It is stolen land, but I mean, most places in the world, somebody conquered it. You know, the Ottoman Empire is not around anymore. So do we say that Europe is stolen land? I mean, that's the way it is. You know, they came here, they took the land from the Native Americans. It's not their land anymore. I mean, it was stolen from them, no doubt, but it's not their land anymore. It is what it is. I mean, that's kind of how, you know, the nature of the beast is. I mean, they came here and they killed off. I mean, it was done in a nasty manner, and they tried their best to hide it from history, but it is what it is. They came here, killed off, raped a bunch of people, and took the land. So it doesn't belong to the Native Americans anymore. Looking in the comments, that was the message behind the movie Life. Yeah, you know, with Eddie Murphy and Bernie Mac and all of them. There was some, yeah, that movie had some sad overtones in it. Nope, he will return near the day of judgment. Oh, you got something religious? Your black asses eat people. Shut the fuck up. I'm assuming that ain't racist at all. Imp or whatever the case may be. I don't look. I guess he's trying to suggest that black people are cannibals or something. Trump said they were eating pets. You know, look. Jeffrey Dahmer wasn't African American. You know, I don't think he grew up. You know, I don't think he grew up hanging around black people. He wasn't invited to the cookout. He figured out a way to have his own, if you know what I mean. The right was all about black man bad. That is true. Crazy enough, like right after slavery, they started painting black people as violent. They're likely to, you know, to pillage and rape and all. I mean, they were painting the black man as, you know, you got to keep them away from the women and all. Oddly enough, all of the stuff that they were saying the black man would do is the stuff that they were doing to the black man. I mean, like historical context, just to bring it up, all of the stuff that they were saying, you got to keep the black man away from people because they'll do this. That's all the stuff that they were doing, raping them and, you know, all of that same stuff. Anyway, let me go back to the box and tap the screen. Can I get 80? Can I get 80 out of you folks? Let your thumbs not be lazy. Get a minute to tap and we can make this happen. In the middle of the row, what does that say? Going back to the box. Thought somebody was there, maybe not. We are on Clapper, by the way, as well. So feel free to come on over and party on Clapper. We'll go straight to Sean on Clapper. Good evening, Sean. Welcome to the program. How's it going?
How are you doing?
All right. So what?
I'm about to go to work, so not so great.
Oh, well, shit. I'm about to go to bed. So what do you think about getting bad hombres out of here with no due process?
With no due process, it's dumb as hell. And then these MAGA reacts and Jeremy and DJ Julio. DJ Julio is like the worst person to talk to.
Why
he jumped the goalpost like 20 times as you tried to ask him one simple question. And if they can't argue in good faith, what are they even saying? The last guy, Texas, he at least had something to stand on. Okay, maybe she did something wrong. I didn't know that. You didn't know that. Cool, let's figure it out. But all these other excuses are just so dumb.
Let's go with Texas then. What do you think about him saying that if you go to a funeral, that's enough to basically, you know, deport you or prevent you from entering the country?
I mean, that's a pretty gray area, though, Tim, isn't it? Like, the head of a bad organization. If that is true, I lean a little more to his side. But I don't think it's right at the same time. I think they have the justification to do it. I don't think it's right.
I mean, so I don't, I understand his point. I'm further away from his point than you, though, because I don't buy into the notion that if you go to somebody's funeral, that means you have the same ideology as them. I mean, I've been to funerals of gangbangers that have gotten murdered, and I've never been in a gang. So I mean, like, I don't understand that.
Well, it's the same thing about not that case. What you've been talking about all night. It's the same thing as them, like, taking an axe to the system and firing all the people. They don't care. They just want to do bad things because they're hating weed.
You see them as doing this stuff out of hate towards immigrants?
100%. And any of these people who call themselves Christians, I would call them liars. All damn day. Any of these MAGA Republicans, it's never said steal from the poor, give to the rich. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to kick out the immigrants because they don't like how they proudly act. And it's just hatred. It's so dumb.
Well, and I definitely agree with the part about I cannot imagine any religious deity viewing some of this stuff. Particularly, you heard the part about them sending folks to El Salvador and the quality and state of that the institutions down there were there. I mean, that's inhumane in my opinion.
100%. But again, if it's about hatred, they don't care about how bad the living condition is. The same way you were talking about January 6th prisoners. Oh, it's such a horrible evil place, even though we're now sending people back to Guantanamo. That's even worse than the federal prison that they were being held in.
Yeah.
I remember listening to Marjorie Taylor Greene at the AOC, and I think Patrick Rocket talking about when they would go visit those prisoners. And apparently they had iPads, they were just living up fine. It wasn't great. But they weren't being tortured like these guys in Venezuela or El Salvador.
Yeah, the El Salvador thing, based on what the president of that country, it seemed like they actually liked doing this because when the judge told Trump that they needed to turn the planes around and they didn't have any right to send people there, the actual president of El Salvador tweeted out a trolling tweet like "oopsie too late" and had a smile emoji on it. So why the hell would El Salvador be so happy to get bad people that came to America? They seem like they're happy to do this.
I'm going to bet that they got some kind of kickback. They're going to try to get some from the Ukrainian mineral deal, and they're going to get like 10% of it or something.
Yeah.
That's going to be my guess when it really comes out of there.
And I agree with you, but as I say, even with institutions of America, anytime you have a system where incarceration is done for profit, you can expect it to be pretty bad. Nobody should profit off of incarceration, and I do believe El Salvador is doing that.
Well, we also hold more people in prison than pretty much anywhere else in the world. Maybe El Salvador has changed that. Maybe I'm thinking of an old statistic, but man, these people just want to live in their own little bubbles and hate everyone else. And when they call themselves Christians, I will call them liars.
So you tend to agree with folks who say we might have voted for cruelty.
Oh, we 100% did. The same way they hate trans people, the same way they hate gay people, the same way they hate brown people. They voted for hatred. 100. They voted for people for Trump, who was endorsed by the KKK.
Was he?
I know you've seen that video online. Yeah, it was. David Duke endorsed him at least.
Well, I remember it because he tried to say he didn't know who David Duke was. I do remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, he also didn't know that he had Mein Kampf in his dresser drawer either, but
yeah,
whatever. It's just a joke.
Hey, it's amazing at how many jokes Trump tells. Everything is just a joke.
I'm so tired of people saying, "Don't believe your lying eyes." Yeah. And we can see this is fucked up, but no, it's the right thing to do. It's the same thing about cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. Of course we want to get rid of waste, but it doesn't mean you cut down everything. Yeah, we want to get rid of bad immigrants that have hurt people or done the crimes or had the DWI. Cool. You did something like that, great. But you went to a funeral. Stop playing with me.
Yeah, and that's what
Cool.
that's what it seems like, is that the Trump administration wants to be in a position where if they think something needs to be done for the best interest of America, that they have the right to do that without any resistance. Or, I mean, the same way they're getting rid of immigrants that they believe are bad for America without due process, they're doing the same to federal employees. They don't get due process either. They're just firing them. They want to be in a position where they can just do whatever they want and you don't have any say so. And they seem to be doing that successfully.
That's why they fired the inspector generals, like, first thing.
Yeah.
They don't want to be told what to do. They just want to be the bully and say that they're the God Kings. I don't believe in that. I don't think it's right.
So
when MAGA Reacts comes on here talking some real dumb shit, just screaming at my phone.
What
and he said I could never be that guy's friend, but Jesus, he doesn't know how to stay on point. Oh, it's not a right, it's a privilege. Oh, but you know, you still don't have that right. What? What are you talking about, man?
I'm gonna leave that at that. So I enjoyed talking to MAGA Reacts. He definitely he energizes my audience. He energizes my audience.
They call you a fluffer. That guy is the biggest fluffer. He must not ever get off his knees.
Damn. All right.
He's going to be just blind faith for everything, and you don't have a working brain, do you?
Well, in reality, I've said that on the program I think that's the difference. I'm not saying everything Trump proposes or does is bad, but the difference is MAGA, like MAGA Reacts, they don't need evidence. The same thing would happen with the 2020 election. He didn't need to prove that election was stolen. All he had to do was say it, and that was good enough.
Which is real dumb. It's a two-tier justice system all over again. If, you know, everything's okay as long as I do it, but if you do it, nah, it's all ruined.
I think there's a rap song that says something like that. It's a problem when, you know, it's cool when they do it, but it's a problem when I do it. I think I've heard that. But this is what we voted for, man. This is what we voted for.
No, I voted for Kamala. I would have voted for Biden, even if he was aging as fuck. It wouldn't be destroying the country, literally from the inside, and not declaring himself king. You can not like some of the things Biden did. You may not like the people he supported, but he didn't destroy the fucking country. Fuck MAGA.
Damn.
Sorry.
All right.
I can't handle these idiots. Have a good night, Tim.
3 more years. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And we're not going to have a country in 3 years.
You're frightening me, man. All right. Moving on with the program. That was indeed Sherbert on not Instagram. We are on, what do you call it? Clapper. Anyway, moving on with the program. You know, the funny thing is, with all of the talk about putting up 10 commandments in schools, the right has broken just about all of them, including bear false witnesses with all the Karens that came from Will G. Yeah, the whole thing, like I said, the whole religion thing, the way I'm seeing stuff going down, yeah, all these folks that are doing this stuff in the name of God-fearing, I just don't see it. By the way, Trump's Bible includes the Constitution. While he's talking about no due process and, stop and frisk and shit, his Bible includes the Constitution. So, I mean, I don't even know where to go with it. But some of this stuff I do. You just have to take with a grain of salt. DJ is aligned with Israel in Russia. Wait a minute, let me read that again. I'm looking for my damn spectacles. There we go. Donald J. Trump, is that what you're saying? Yeah, Donald J. Trump is aligned with Israel and Russia. Can we deport him and any others that condone the rape, death, and torture? J6ers, Nazi sympathizers, what the fuck are you saying? Well, you're not going to deport Trump in trophy. You're not going to deport Trump. It's not going to happen. But there is hypocrisy. There's a lot of hypocrisy because there's a whole lot of similarities between the actions of the J6ers and the violent rioters of BLM. And Trump views the J6ers as patriots and the BLM as terrorists. Yet they both rioted and get violent. Now, here's the difference. So I had somebody tell me this, friend of mine, by the way. He's MAGA, and he told me the J6ers, they only rioted for about 3 or 4 hours. BLM was rioting in cities all over America for days. How could you compare the two? And what I told him is this. You're seeing a riot in Portland. You see another riot in Baltimore, and you connect those. You say that BLM is rioting everywhere because not to mention you're throwing in a little bit of Antifa as well. You're connecting BLM and Antifa together too, even though they don't always stand for the same thing. But you're connecting all of these groups. That's why it seems like BLM has done a lot and the J6 has only done a little. But then I told him, I said, you got to understand Charlottesville, where they ended up killing a girl defending the statue. Somebody died in Charlottesville. When they surrounded the Michigan courthouse because they didn't want the vaccine mandates. I said, just like you're connecting all of the BLM, these are the same people. The same J6 type people are involved in all of these incidents as well. They didn't just get involved in something for 4 hours. They've been busy. You just are separating their events and you're connecting all the BLM events. Just because they're not going around yelling it out. The same, you think the folks that you think the folks that were involved in that Charlottesville protest, the good people on both sides, you think that them aren't the same, you don't think those folks have the same mindset as the folks on J6? You think that those folks defending that statue in Charlottesville were voting for Biden and Kamala Harris? The Tea Party is another one of those groups. All of these folks have the same ideology and mindset. So when you say that BLM was doing this stuff for months and whatever the case may be, but J6 only did it for 4 hours, you're excluding all of the other events that are connected to that same group. I'll tell you right off the bat, when they surrounded the Michigan Capitol building, the governor's mansion or whatever it was in Michigan, Governor Whitmer, for the vaccine mandates, everybody out there on J6 would have been in favor of that. It's the same group of people. It's the same group. Just like you look at Portland and you look at a riot in Baltimore. It's the same group. They represent the same cause. So when I told it to him, I'm like, you got to connect these people. You don't get to give them a separation, but you're connecting all the BLM events. Even if you add all those events, you don't get 10 hours and no rioting. Well, what happened in Charlottesville is rioting. It is rioting. Somebody died at that, ran over somebody. That was rioting. So, yeah, I don't think you're looking at it right. And I'm giving you the ones I can think of. I'm certain there are more. I am absolute certain there are more. There's been hate groups getting in fights as well. Them ain't liberals out there. Like them folks walking down the streets of Nashville. Them are not Kamala Harris supporters walking down with all those masks on. I guarantee you they're not voting for liberals. And very likely they voted. Very likely they voted. Them folks walking down the streets out in Columbus, Ohio, holding signs over highways. Them ain't Kamala Harris supporters. Real quick in the comments. But yeah, to me, the whole purpose of the lie, to me, the due process thing, innocent people, but even my right-wing view, Texas even admitted, what did he say, some innocent people? I mean, the due process thing is going to net innocent people. That's why I'm not a fan of it. And I do believe one day, just like, what is it? Trump used the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. Now, I already said that if Trump is preceded by a liberal president, we're going to end up having to make amends with people that are being mistreated by the Trump administration. Oddly enough, the last time the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 was used was to put the Japanese in internment camps during World War II. And we had to make amends with the Japanese. I think they got reparations for what happened to them. I do believe now that Trump is doing it again, it is going to be a time when a lot of folks that were wronged are going to come up. And if a liberal is put in there, they're going to make amends with those people. Just like it's a good chance the right would probably have not made amends with the Japanese, the liberals are probably going to make amends with those folks. Innocent people are getting harmed by what he's doing with these deportations without due process, where people can't even, because there are some Americans that have been caught up in this shit. When you don't give people due process, anybody can kind of get it. If I'm walking down the street and they think I'm a Haitian and they grab my ass up and I'm not entitled to a day in court, I'm really at the mercy of hoping that the cop who grabbed me runs a background check and listens to me. If he just throws me in a room somewhere and they put me up for deportation, it kind of is what it is. I may end up in a foreign country before they start saying, well, you got to send this one back. He ain't from over here. It really depends. You're kind of at the mercy because you don't have due process. You don't have that. Texas says no proof that is all happening. There's no proof that's happening, all speculation. No, you're 100% right. There is no proof it's happening. It is just all speculation. And I can tell you it is because we're doing it without due process. You may never have any proof it's happening. You ever heard of the phrase people say that, the CIA can throw you in a room and make the room disappear? That's kind of what this is right now. Is it, okay, the country of Venezuela are not taking their immigrants back. So Venezuelan migrants that came to America are being deported to El Salvador. So if you were a Venezuelan migrant and you came to America, you may have you may have phoned your family and told them, I made it here. I finally made it. I'm in America now. Okay, when you get deported, you're not going back to Venezuela. You're going to El Salvador. Are we 100% certain they're going to allow that inmate to call their family? You may have families looking for other loved ones and relatives. It may be months or years before they hear from them again. They literally just made you completely disappear. You think them folks that are sitting in there, the folks that are on screen right now, you think these guys are getting phone calls? You think they're getting any type of, they're just lucky to get a meal. So yeah, we say it's all speculation because there's not going to be any way to prove it. They don't have any due process. They don't get to talk to an attorney or anything. So you can do whatever you want to them and the story will never get out. So yeah, any story in relation to them is going to be speculation because it's so easy to hide the truth. It's that easy. Once they're gone, they are gone. It's as if they've been wiped clean. They're gone until whatever happens in El Salvador, if they ever let them out or something like that. But there's no guarantee that anybody that's incarcerated there is getting a phone call or have any access to their loved ones at all. There's no guarantee that their loved ones even know they're there. Speculation, yeah, I agree. Looking in the comments real quick, Doge accidentally found CIA houses in the U.S. Doge accidentally found, how did that happen? If AOC is the best y'all got, then the left is hurting. It's still 4 years out. It's really hard to say because if you go back 8 years, Biden won in 2020. So if you go back 8 years, we're looking at 2016, right when Trump won. Biden wasn't really on the radar. When Trump got elected, we're talking 2 months into Trump's first term. So that would have been like March of 2017. Was President Biden really on the radar? Because he ended up winning. So the point I'm making is you don't know what could happen. You don't know who could come out of the woodwork and end up taking it all. Just like when Obama got reelected in 2012. So he would have been inaugurated the second time in January 2013. Now, Trump won in 2016. 2 months into Obama's second term, Trump wasn't on the radar. He wasn't on. You go back to 2013, March of 2013, 2 months into Trump's second term, he had just defeated Mitt Romney. Nobody was talking about Trump. So people think the liberals have no leader. The right didn't have no leader this soon in the game either. Even if you go back 4 years, Biden had just won 2 months into his term. So we're talking March of 2021. Biden had just been inaugurated. At that point, the right was still reeling from January 6th. Impeachments and shit was hovering around Trump. All kinds of cases were hovering around President Trump. He wasn't a sure thing at all. Remember, he ended up getting primaried by like 8, 9 people. He wasn't a sure thing back then either. I mean, so, people were telling us that he was going to be, what were they saying? That he was still in control of the country through the military, and Nancy Pelosi was going to be arrested, and he was going to be reinstated in August as the 17th president of the corporation. The right was saying all kinds of crazy shit. So I don't want to hear what crazy shit AOC or Bernie Sanders is saying. The right was saying all sorts of ridiculous shit about how, Trump controlled the military and they were going to have a tribunal for Joe Biden and they were going to take him out. All of this was coming out of the right. So, okay, the left is saying a few wild things as well, but they ain't talking that fucking bad. They're not talking about, somebody going to come and arrest Trump and replace him in a corporation. He's going to be the 17th president because Q is the 17th letter of the alphabet. All this crazy shit that was coming from the right. But we don't forget all of that, huh? El Salvador is charging us a fee for deportees. Yeah, that goes against somebody suggested that the prisons aren't that bad and you can get an education. You think America is going to pay for immigrants to go to El Salvador and get an education? That ain't happening. Innocent people deported while the rest of us suffer. You got to explain that, Entropy Corsi. Innocent people deported while the rest of us suffer. Well, if you're innocent and you get deported to a prison, you suffering too. I mean, ain't nobody in America suffering as bad as them folks are. I mean, when you look at the overcrowding that's on my screen there, I mean, these people are being treated like animals, which is why I asked the question originally. What type of person are you going to let out of prison? Now, we know all of these folks that are featured on the screen here. Look how much overcrowding there is if you see that on the screen. One of these days, these people are going to get out. You treating them like that for years? They don't even have mattresses. They sleep on metal. Like, what are you releasing into society? You treat them like an animal and you're going to release them and you expect them to act civilized? Now, the Venezuelans that went to El Salvador, I don't know, once they are released from custody, where the hell did they go? Venezuela did not take them back, which is why they were sent to El Salvador. Is El Salvador ever going to release them back into the El Salvadorian population? Probably not. There's a really good chance that the people we're deporting to El Salvador are getting life sentences. If they're not raping and murdering people, that's inhumane in my opinion. Okay, you came to America illegally, or you came to America legally, but you committed some kind of crime while you were here. A life sentence in El Salvador is a punishment for that? That does sound straight out of North Korea or Russia somewhere. You went to America, as one of the guy was just saying, you got into a DUI or you broke into somebody's house or somebody's car, and the punishment for doing that while you were in America, sending you to a tough El Salvadorian prison for the rest of your life. As I stated earlier in the live, we now have the harshest punishment for illegal immigrants than any other country in the free world. There is no other country on earth that is among the first world population that treats illegal immigrants as bad as we do. We're in line with the likes of North Korea, Russia, China, and some of those countries now. We are that bad. That bad. We are the country that used to go into other countries and tell them they are wrong for doing inhumane shit. Now we're all suddenly okay with it. We are the people we used to despise. We are those people now. I I really cannot justify it. I mean, look, I get you got to get an illegal immigrant problem under control, but I need for everybody in the picture to be a rapist or a murderer. Every one of them. I can't, if he just broke into a garage or broke into a car and you're giving him a life sentence for that. Yeah. Real quick looking in the comments. Like I said, we've become the people we used to complain about. We've become the people we used to criticize. Some of the people they are deporting do the jobs some of us want. Higher prices, crops dying on top of the economy, tariffs, uncertainty, all will suffer. Until that happens, though, Corsi, I don't think, until people start, and by the way, because the adoration and love for Trump is so strong, I think even if prices do go up for a while, Trump could convince a lot of Americans it'll get better in a few months. Just hold on. And I think a lot of people will hold on. Like egg prices and stuff. Remember, Trump promised to do a lot on the first day and in 24 hours. And for the most part, the response has been, well, at least he ain't as bad as Biden. He clearly said he would do stuff within 24 hours, like end the Ukraine war. That shit's going into week 8. Well, at least he got him to talk. Biden didn't even get that. That ain't what he promised. He didn't promise to be better than Biden. He gave you a solid promise of doing something in 24 hours. So my guess is even if groceries and stuff don't come down in price, it'll be pretty easy to convince his supporters that just hang on a little bit longer, it'll get better. Or I would have been successful if the liberals didn't get in the way. And that'll probably be enough. Real quick in the comments, make sure I didn't miss anything here. You pretty much said you mind your own business when it comes to junkies, but you're all about illegal business when they choose to make bad decisions. Maxwell, you got a point. I will tell you this. Now, you pretty much said you mind your own business when it comes to junkies, but you're all in the legal business when it comes to when they choose to make bad decisions. I think the point of the piece is we're deporting people that are not making bad decisions. If you gave the folks due process, they had their day in court, and you could show that they were making bad decisions, I wouldn't be having this live. The reason I'm having this live is because if you're telling me these are bad people, you shouldn't have to deny them due process. You're denying them due process so that you can say stuff without being held accountable. They don't get a chance to fight back. That's why I'm in their business, because I don't believe they're all bad people. Mr. Liberal, how can you? Oh, I saw that already. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Real quick. AOC and mayors are getting same privilege as Trump. AOC and how? How is what privileges is AOC getting? I'd be curious to know. Phil Robertson in the comments. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Phil Robertson. What privileges is AOC getting? Phil, good evening. Philip Robertson, are you there? Okay, apparently not. All right, we'll move it on. Yeah, I'm curious, what privilege is AOC getting? I'm not aware of her getting any privilege. Thought I would work on things while listening to this, but all the back and forth is just too much. Have a great night, everyone. Appreciate you being there, Yellow Sunflower. This is a open free speech program, so you're going to get back and forth because I'm not always right, and neither is any guest on the show. That's why we communicate with each other. We do believe in free speech here. So this isn't one of those podcasts where you're getting everything dictated to you by the host. I get people on the program to correct me all the damn time. MAGA, liberals, independents, all the time. So we run a program where everybody gets to challenge everyone else. So it's not like that here. He specifically told me to watch you closely. You're liars. Watch y'all. Okay, he specifically told me to watch y'all closely. You're liars. You got to elaborate on what you're talking about. Who told you to watch y'all closely, and who is lying, and what are they lying about? You pretend everyone is a fat dropout because you are, when in reality, you're in the bottom 10% of human intelligence and social skills. Damn, I'm assuming that's meant for me. I pretend? Have I ever even mentioned you pretend everyone is a fat dropout? I'm assuming that's an analogy for something, because you are, when in reality you're in the bottom 10% of human intelligence and social skills. Maybe I'm assuming that's for me. Maybe not. Oh well, Darren says no, not me. That's not for me. Okay, all right. Maybe so. Trump has us watching you, Tim. Really? Hey, shout out to him. I would love to speak to the president. Tell him if he got a few minutes, come on the show. I'll treat him fairly. By the way, in all fun and games, I did get to interview Trump's former lawyer, Michael Cohen, on this platform, but it was on his show on TikTok. I got about a good half hour with him, and I wasn't easy on him. But he answered the questions. I told him, you have no credibility accusing. It was the day before he had to go testify before Congress, and I told him that you're admitting that you took out a loan to pay Stormy Daniels off to keep quiet about President Trump, and you took out the loan by mortgaging your property, and you kept that from your wife. I said, you better hope there's no broken-hearted women on the jury. I said, because you don't have any credibility. You're talking about him when you're admitting that you participated in it and helped and hid it from your own damn wife. He didn't like it, but I got to, like I said, I interviewed him for a half hour or so, and I asked him everything I could ask him. But I do give him credit, and he did say, look, yeah, he's being tough on me, but I got to be interviewed by Congress tomorrow, so if I can handle Congress, I can handle him. And I threw everything I could come at him with, but I didn't know I was going to get to interview him until maybe 10 minutes before the interview. So I didn't have a chance to really, really, come up with some shit I wanted to ask him. I had enough stuff on the fly, but yeah, I got a chance to get Michael Cohen. Trump, because in regards to talking about Trump, many folks told me, you should apply to be one of those social media content creators where you can actually, go and question them, kind of like Ducey did, what is Janine St. Pierre or whatever her name is, for Biden. He asked all those gotcha questions and made Biden's spokesperson look like a piece of shit. Week after week, he was getting her with all those gotcha questions. And I stated, that ain't gonna work with Trump. That's shit. You're not going to get Trump on a bunch of gotcha questions, because if you get Trump on a gotcha question on week one, you'll never be invited back. There's no way Trump would let someone like Ducey continue to smash his, whatever her name is, the blonde girl that he has working for. You get it once, you're not going to be invited back. You're just not going to be invited back. So I do give a shout out to the Biden administration and give them credit, because Ducey was getting the best of Karen Jean-Pierre, whatever her name is. I can't think of the name, but they kept letting Ducey ask questions. And it was pretty clear that Ducey was looking to embarrass the administration, but yet they kept taking questions from him, and they gave him plenty of free speech rights. Trump administration is not going to do that. And if you do get something across, you're stupid, you're dumb, you work for fake news, you're going to get all of that in return. So even if for some reason, somehow, some way, I was lucky enough to get the invite, you're only going to be there 1 week. If you get a good question in, you're only there 1 week. He's not going to let you sit there and keep embarrassing his spokesperson. We need to make sure that guy doesn't show up again. That's what they did with the AP. The Associated Press started calling the Gulf of Mexico again, and they kicked them off. They're not. That's all it took is that. This person will not call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. So we're going to deny them being able to ask questions anymore for that. So you can only imagine what would have happened if you had got a good gotcha question in. So yeah, you're not going to get the same professional courtesy that the Biden administration did. They're going to kick you off. So it ain't even worth it. I love how Trump put TikTokers and YouTubers in front of Fox, CNN, but they're hand-picked though. Angel Fan News, they're hand-picked. what I'm just saying. You're saying that Trump put TikTokers and YouTubers in front of Fox, CNN, and MSNBC. Yeah, but they're people that are likely favorable to his agenda. You got citizens that are going, because you know how excited I would be to get a chance to talk to the president. So he's picking folks that likely are MAGA. You ain't doing nothing to get credit for. These ain't unbiased interviewers. You're getting rid of them by putting Fox and CNN in the back. You're picking people that's going to be cheerleaders for you. That ain't something to give them credit for. Tim, they are not. Breaking Points was there the other day. Like I said, you're not going to get to ask Trump a bunch of questions. Simple question. You said Haitian migrants were eating cats and dogs, and in your first administration, you passed a law making it a felony to abuse animals. Why haven't you done any follow-up on what's happening in Springfield? Simple question. He has no response for that. Simple question you could ask him. You think he's gonna let me keep asking questions like that week after week? So a heap of those. You said in your first administration, right before you beat Biden, when Biden was originally winning in North Carolina, you said that there was widespread fraud in the state of North Carolina. Now, you ended up beating Biden in North Carolina for your first term, but you stated leading up to that election that there was widespread fraud in North Carolina. Now that you've won, and that is a Republican state, have you done anything to follow up and look into the fraud that you said was happening? He's not going to have any answers for this stuff. So, and I know he's not going to have any answers for it. So I would ask that stuff, because those are gotcha questions. They wouldn't invite me back. They would not invite me back. Anything they would answer would have to be spin to make, they would not invite me back. I could come up with 1 million of those because he said so many crazy things. So many things like that. He would not have an answer for that. I actually look up to you, Tim. Much love and respect. Darren, appreciate it. Thank you. And I appreciate you being there. I look up to all of you folks because at the end of the day, like I said, I'm not always right. You guys certainly help me out as well. Anyhow, nevertheless, I do need to get my ass up in the morning to go work for the man just like everybody else. If you favor this open dialogue from all sides of the hour, I'm going to ask that you follow the program if you're on TikTok. Clapper, subscription on... Damn, they turn the lights out before it's ready. It's Clapper, TikTok, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. We are here Monday through Friday. Until then. And Timmy Tim said, I got schooled by LJ. LJ is the one that believed that the Central Park 5 is actually guilty. I'm not going to get schooled by anybody like that. Anyhow, I do appreciate you folks tuning in. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Y'all stay good. Got schooled, huh?